the Pledge of Allegiance. If you all please stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item 1.02, order and approval of the agenda.
Move to approve.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? I got 2 ayes from out of 3. Is there any opposed? Okay, chair votes aye, motion passes. We go to 1.03, introduction of Elko County School District Student Board Member, Nicholas Weber. Nicholas, welcome.
Nice to meet you. My name is Nicholas Weber, and I'm a junior at Jackpot Combined School. I have attended Jackpot since I was in 3rd grade, and I'm very involved in the student leadership programs here. I've been in leadership itself, the student body. I right now am the student body vice president and am elected to be student body president next year. I strongly believe in empowering students. I believe that when I speak, I should try to engage others and make sure that every student has a voice and feels like they are valued in every way that they can, or has their own part of their school community. Academically, I have received a 3.77 GPA, and I'm currently 2nd in my class. Outside of the classroom, I played basketball, and I played basketball for the past 3 years, and which I believe has helped me build teamwork abilities and teamwork skills and be able to work with a team. And have my school pride, of course. I have also worked as a lifeguard at our town rec center, which is right across the way, for the past 4 years. And in my free time, I enjoy giving back to my community. I have worked here in Jackpot at the Helping Hands Foundation, which is a foundation started by Teresa Dimmitt. She created a nonprofit organization where we give out clothes and food to people in the community that need help in any way that they can get help. In the future, I plan to pursue a career in nuclear engineering. I would like to manage and work in a nuclear power plant and make my own experiments and work in a lab to try and further nuclear energy for the future of America and the world itself. This summer, I will be representing the state of Idaho in Washington, D.C. as a youth at the Electric Cooperative Youth Tour. I will be meeting state legislators and learn more about our government and continue my development in leadership. Thank you for your guys' time.
No, thank you, Nicholas. I'm glad to have you. Now, just like I told you before the meeting, feel free to speak up on anything we're discussing here. We'd love to hear your perspective and your input. So moving on now to item 1.04, it's recognition of S.T.A.R.S recipients.
Thank you. Yep, I'll take over.
Okay.
So with both 1.04 and 1.05, we're doing some catch up on some wonderful recognitions throughout the year that have come to different staff members at Jackpot Combined School. And so most of the Jackpot community knows about these already, but we did want to make sure to formally recognize you at a Jackpot meeting. And so I'm going to go through our S.T.A.R.S award winners from throughout the year from Jackpot. The first one is going to be for Roberto Cervantes, and so if you'll, yep, go ahead, just stand up right there. It's great. Yep. So I'm going to read the nomination that I read all those months ago for you and for our board members. So this was submitted by one of his coworkers who wanted to remain anonymous, and they said, Roberto is the heart and soul of our school, an exceptional example of dedication, professionalism, and genuine care for students and staff. His work ethic is unmatched. It often seems like he never rests. Our building shines because of his constant attention to detail, pride in his work, and commitment to excellence. Roberto goes above and beyond his responsibilities every single day. When a teacher needs assistance, he's there immediately, always kind, dependable, and ready to help. He anticipates needs before anyone even asks, ensuring our school runs smoothly and efficiently. He takes an active role in maintaining not just the physical environment of the school, but also its spirit. What truly makes Roberto stand out is his connection with our students. He attends nearly every sporting event, cheering on the kids and quietly cleaning up during and after games. The students light up when they see him, offering high fives, smiles, and hugs. He shows every student that they are valued and supported, inspiring pride and respect throughout our school community. Roberto's positive attitude, professionalism, and sincere heart make him a model of excellence, and he embodies every quality the S.T.A.R.S program represents. And his skillful performance, dedication, compassion, and with his deep belief in the potential of every student, our school would not be the same without him. Congratulations again. And then the next one was for a couple of other custodians. There they are, Jesus and Maria Salas. They'll stand up. This was the first duo S.T.A.R.S award that I've been part of giving out before, but it seems very fitting for both Jesus and Maria. And the nomination reads as follows: they exemplify dedication and professionalism every single day. No matter the task, whether working indoors or outdoors, they approach their responsibilities with a positive attitude and a smile. Their commitment to maintaining a clean, safe, and welcoming environment for students and staff is truly remarkable. Teachers and students alike notice and appreciate the pride that they take in their work, ensuring that classrooms, hallways, and common areas are always in excellent condition. Their reliability, attention to detail, and willingness to go above and beyond make them an invaluable part of our school community. This level of care not only enhances our learning environment, but also sets a standard of excellence for everyone else to follow. They are a true asset to our school and deserve to be recognized for their outstanding contributions and dedication. And if I'm not mistaken, we're going to miss them after this year. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yep. So they're, as much as they love being here and making the school shine, they are also going to love retirement. And so one more congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
It's no surprise that anytime we come up here, the building's always in spectacular shape. Your grounds, your gym, everywhere we get to go is always so clean. And I love that, you know, we get just as many nominations for the custodians in Jackpot as we do for other staff. You guys are clearly an important part of the pride of this community. So thank you for all you do for our students to support them. I've said lots of times, there's no I'm just in anything in our school district. Everyone plays a really important part. And so thank you for playing yours to excellence. So thank you.
All right.
That's it from.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, and then we can move to 1.05. We got another recognition there.
Hold on one more time.
Or you got?
I'm not done yet.
Okay.
Thank you. My friend Adriana reminded me that these S.T.A.R.S awards that we give out, there's lots of gifts and things that go along with those, and we're only able to do that because of generous sponsors who help us do that. So thank you to Dos Amigos, Fratelli Pizza, Leanne's Floral Designs, Maverick Gaming, Orla Mining, the Rotary Club of Elko Desert Sunrise, the S.T.A.R, and Sugar E Spice for providing many different ways to recognize these important staff members and all they do. So thank you to our sponsors for all of that.
Yeah, we'd like to, can we shake their hand? We'd love to shake your hand too.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your work.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoyed your Thank you. Thank you. No, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Very much.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Jeff.
All set on 1.04.
We are done with 1.04.
Let's go to 1.05. Recognition of Zach Hunter,
All right.
Nevada Cattlemen Association 2025 Teacher of the Year.
Yes. So there's Zach right there. Hello, Zach. So Zach won this. Was this clear back in September, October, or something? It was November. Okay. Thank you for the reminder. So Zach was named the Nevada Cattlemen's Association 2025 Teacher of the Year. And he was acknowledged at their annual convention in November. He received the award. He also received a stipend to help him continue promotion of agriculture in his non-agricultural classroom is the idea behind that award that they give. So, you know, if you teach an ag class, really easy to maybe qualify for something like that. But this is specifically for people who make that a priority, even though that's not the focus of their classroom. So it was awesome to hear about your recognition, and we just wanted to make sure to acknowledge you here with our board and say congratulations and keep up the great work. Shake your hand, or you've got a certificate here as well.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Oh, keep coming. We all wanted to.
Everybody.
We all wanted to dance. Thank you, man. Good job. Oh, what'd you do with the money? Good answer.
Say everything I did with why I did it.
Go real fast.
Okay.
We'd love to
So,
hear.
what I did with the money is we are going to develop a new horticulture elective at Jackpot. And so I bought automated irrigation system for our greenhouses. I bought the supplies needed to start growing microgreens and hopefully gonna establish a contract with one of the local restaurants. Haven't got that far yet. And, you know, work tables and supplies and all that stuff to convert to a high school elective horticulture class. So,
That's awesome.
yeah.
That's a thank you. All right, we have item 1.06. It's a presentation on fire pit pottery from the Jackpot Combined School Art Department. Sure, yeah. In fact, and just so everybody knows, we're running off, this is our new technology for the week. Everything goes towards this way. Project your voice towards this little box right here. That's what's listening to everything.
Show and tell. So
What's that?
we have a slideshow. Here it is. All right.
Before you get too far in,
Yeah.
can you introduce yourself?
Okay. Yes.
And if I can real quick, trustees that are on Zoom, can you let us know if you can hear them all right?
So far I can hear.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm Elizabeth Sibbles. I am the K-12 art teacher. I also teach publications and pottery. And this is Angel Santos, and this is Pedro Lictor Torero. And they are seniors, and they're also advanced pottery students. So they've taken it 3 years, 2 years, 3 years. And so they kind of were my right hands in doing this. Sorry. So at one point in my college years, I went to Mexico and I studied an Aboriginal technique of firing pottery in the ground instead of using a commercial kiln. And so that's what we did this year. We started last week and we kind of ran out of time, so we ended up digging them on Monday out of the ground. We can go to the next slide. Okay, so you guys want to explain what you're doing here?
In this slide, we were putting our projects, mainly our bases and everything, into a shaker. Is where you build like a cover around it, and then you add, I guess, other chemicals. We added copper carbonate and salt to it, sea salt, I should say.
Salt mist as well.
Yeah, that too. And that was to make new patterns on it and have it just try a different technique to see what it does and what patterns come out of it.
Yeah, this is the first time we've used the Sager technique. And it's like traditionally it would be like a ceramic box that you would put your fine china inside. But we wanted our chemicals to have more reaction closer to the surface of our pottery. So we used tinfoil and we just created our little Sagers with this. If you go to the next slide, I believe there's another example. Yeah. And we ended up with just, looks like a really elaborate TV dinner that we ended up with. And we then put in the past, we have just sprinkled the copper carbonate and the sea salt on the surface of our ceramics as we fired them. So this time was just to try and get more intense results. All right, we can go to the next slide. All right. You want to explain what we're doing, Angie?
So here we're putting wood that we've collected from Mr. Hunter's wood shop class. And so at the bottom of this pit, the pit is 3 feet deep. And at the bottom, there's about a foot of sawdust with 18 inches of wood on top of that. And then there's our pottery, which we added into the middle. And then we coned more wood around that to like burn it in the middle kind of.
And traditionally, they would use like cow pies and because there wasn't an abundance of wood in the areas of Mexico that traditionally does this. FYI. All right. So while we were doing this, we had some of the elementary kids. So this is the kindergarten, and there's some junior high kids on the far right there. Come and watch. There's Robert in the middle lighting the fire for us. He was our fire handler. He also used a little diesel fuel to get it going.
Scout water.
Yeah. Not part of the original technique, but you know, worked it out. So you can see that's pretty much what this is. Just our stuff lighting up.
This is me and Pedro.
Yeah.
This slide is showing off our chains that are right here that we made in mine was wrapped in a Sager, Pedro's wasn't.
Just to see what the difference was between the
Yes.
Sager and the non-Sager.
And then the other slide is just us watching them burn.
So after the fire burned for about 5 hours, these guys got the day off from school, and they helped me watch it and keep adding fuel. We measured our temperatures, which I think we'll talk about later. We measured our temperatures of our fire. We tried to get 2 cones 06, which is about 1950 degrees. And so it took about 5 hours before we got close to that hot. And then we cover it so it will cool slowly. And that's us looking exhausted on the right there. And we let it rest for 3 days. And then we tried opening it, and it was still too hot. So we covered it, and we came back on Monday. So I think the picture on the left is our initial opening it, and then the other 2 are when we actually pulled stuff out. And this is some of the other stuff that we made. The red is on the pottery. You can see a really good example right on this part, is the chemical result from the sea salt burning, and it makes this bright red. And then the copper carbonate makes kind of a teal green, but we didn't get, there's maybe it has a little bit on it that you can see, but we didn't get a great result from our copper carbonate this year. Yeah, little turquoise dot on there. Yeah. But that was part of it. And then along with our pottery, we also fired this weird little snail, which is made from wild clay that was harvested in where's this? Hagerman, sorry, in Hagerman Valley. And so it's not store-bought clay. We actually, Miss McCarthy brought in like a gallon-sized Ziploc bag of clay and was like, hey, could you use this? And so we refined it and we mixed it with some regular sand, and then we fired it, and it did hold up. It is kind of a terracotta level clay. It can't get hot enough to be stoneware because it melts to a puddle of goo, but it does work at this temperature. We were excited about that. So we're hoping maybe next year that we will go and harvest clay, process it, and then use our own clay that we gathered. I think that is the end of our presentation here. Nick, do you want to come up and we'll talk about what we did?
So as Ms. Sybil's previously stated, they had gathered the temperatures during certain periods in time for the actual pit fire pottery. Whether that was right when they started at 8:55 or right when they ended at 12:24. So for our math class, they had our wonderful math teacher, Miss Miller, had us all make a project based on the pit-fired pottery. This is the 8th grade project, or no, this is actually the 9th grade project. They did a scatter plot based off of the pit-fired pottery. They had the times and then they had the temperatures, or other way around. The times and then the temperatures on the bottom so that they can make a scatter plot. This was just the basic one. The 9th grade class did a bar graph table. I'll show the camera as well. Did a bar graph table for the exact same thing based on the exact same stuff. And the 10th grade class did another scatter plot, but a little bit more advanced with a linear regression line to see the possible correlation to the temperatures and times. Show this to the camera. And then on the back, they did an equation based on that linear regression line to try and find the possible correlation to the times and temperatures.
What did they say there?
They found out that a quadratic regression line was the closest to the times and temperatures. It was the closest that correlated. Our class found that out because we did a scatter plot where we tested exponential regression lines, quadratic regression lines, linear regression lines. And throughout all of them, whether we had the outlier, which was the very beginning when it started at 8:55, where the temperature started at 32 degrees and went up down to 822. If we had the outlier, the quadratic was still the best. And if we didn't, the quadratic was also still the best. But when we took the outlier out, we found out that the percentages on the lines actually dropped. So we kept the outlier in and the quadratic regression line was the best one. And that was all that we found in our certain classes. I just believe that Miller wanted me to present this to show that these certain outdoor experiments can also be put inside of our classroom activities and put into real world problems that we can think out and put into our math class.
Nice.
So we'll leave the pottery on the table and then you guys can look at it.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
Do you have any questions or anything?
I'm kind of fascinated by that's naturally occurring clay you're talking about, that you'll just be able to use that material.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It came out of a gravel pit, yes.
And then I also had a question regarding those temperatures. Like, were you adding fuel at a certain rate, or was it just a one-time thing that you let burn and just see what happens? Or
We added fuel twice. We started with our cone and then we let it burn down and we weren't getting close. I think we got to like 1300 degrees. So then Robert saved the day and brought us some bigger logs and we
Yeah.
put those on top. So we did add fuel.
and that's where those temperature spikes probably happened. Yeah. Okay.
You indicated that traditionally that they would use manure.
Yes.
Was that a slower burn then? And would that have impacted the copper, carbonate? Yeah.
They wouldn't use the copper carbonate. That's something that we added later on.
Okay.
Traditionally, they would use different types of clay in the area. So their clay, because the natural occurring clay, fires way cooler temperature than ours does. So they just didn't have a lot of fuel. They didn't need a lot of fuel because they just would burn it once. Once it got down, to pretty hot, then they would cover it kind of with a tin. That's what they used was sealing tin or roofing tin, and then just let it burn all the way out.
Yeah. It's fascinating.
Yeah, that was a good project and good collaboration amongst
Yeah.
the other subject areas too.
Yeah.
That's great. What a great project.
Oh, thank you guys very, very much.
Just real quick, this is Teresa. I just wanted to say that was awesome to have, math and pottery and everything else. That was fantastic. Thanks for sharing that.
Awesome. Thank you, Trustee Dastrup. All right, we're gonna move on to item 1.07. That's input from the public. This is a period devoted to comments by the general public, if any. In the interest of privacy and due process, the public is requested not to raise personnel issues except in a legally noticed closed personnel session of the board. Comments are limited to 3 consecutive minutes. The speaker's time may not be reserved, divided, apportioned, or deferred. No action may be taken upon a matter raised under this item of the agenda until the matter itself has been included specifically on an agenda as an item upon which action will be taken. Do we have any public comment? All right. Did we have anything for public comment? Okay, moving on. We'll go to item 2 is the consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye and motion passes. Item 3.01, accounts payable.
Move to approve the accounts payable.
Oh, second, but I have a question.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion.
I just have a question about the Elko sanitation, and I don't know, CJ, if you can answer it or not.
This
I was
is
just
Casey. I'm also online if you have a question.
Thank you. I didn't know you were online. Just a question about Elko sanitation and if you've had a chance to look into, there's Trash Bandits and Spring Creek Sanitation are now doing more commercial garbage. So I was wondering what the price comparison, if you've had time to check into, if there's a price difference, if we could get a better deal with somebody else.
I haven't looked at it, but I will ask AP to do that tomorrow. You said that there's 1 or 2 competitors.
Well, there's 2 that I know of. There's one called Trash Bandits and one called Spring Creek Sanitation. And I think for a while they were just doing residential pickup, but I think now they've moved into commercial. And I think it'd be worth looking into what kind of deal they may make us versus Elko Sanitation now that they have some competition.
Okay, I'll take a look at that.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second.
Can I ask
Go ahead.
Sorry, just one
Certainly.
more question. On page 8, Nevada Energy, Mountain View's price was around 20,000, but Elko High was only about 13.5. And I was just wondering what the difference was, because to me, it seems like Elko High School should have had more of an energy bill than Mountain View, or is that just for whatever reason, that's not typical?
I'll have to pull up the statement, Susan. I can look at that and then see if maybe something was charged, if another school site was charged on that account, but I'll look at that right now.
Okay, thank you.
No, okay, I wasn't, sorry. Any further discussion, board? Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the accounts payable. All those in favor?
Jeff?
Yes? Oh,
Yeah, we're
sorry.
trying to get in with
Yeah.
disclosures.
I didn't see the second one. My apologies. Yeah, any disclosures?
I'll start. I'm going to disclose that I have a relative that works for Wells Rural Electric, but I won't be abstaining from voting.
All right, and this is Teresa, and I have the same, a relative that works for Wells Rural Electric, but I will not be abstaining from voting.
Any further? Thanks for keeping me on track there. All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye, motion passes. All right, we are on to our discussion and action items. 4.01, receipt review and possible approval of a budget transfer report for possible action. And is that, who's got this item?
Cassie.
This is.
Is this you?
Probably Cassie. This
Yeah.
has typically been on the consent agenda, but recently has been pulled out repeatedly, so it's here. If you have any questions, Cassie would probably be the one to answer it.
Mr. Chair, hearing no questions, move to approve the budget transfer report.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye, motion passes. All right, item 4.02. Review, discussion, and possible approval of proposed revisions to policy JCBC, rights and responsibilities, investigations, and searches, law enforcement access to students for possible action. Mr. Anderson?
Yep, I'll take it. So this is the ongoing saga of JCBC. This is a second reading, so action is allowed. Can't remember when we had it for first read, but it was probably a couple months ago. But this is the one having to do, again, as the title of the policy states, investigations and searches with law enforcement, how law enforcement has access to our students. So there were some kind of the reason it's taken a little while, a little bit longer than normally after a first read, was because of concerns of specifying which officers, given that we have in our rural context and our varied communities, we have the sheriff's office, we have the city PDs, we have BIA, we have federal officers, we have SROs, we've got a variety of different officers and to what level of access. So item or number one within there, as well as the added, so looking at red 3, the attachment titled red 3, you can see the addition of officer and then in parentheses LEO in the first paragraph, as well as number 1, which now states what's LEO does not include, and it includes those under contract who would typically have regular access to our students for very specified reasons. And then we also added the piece about safe voice, which is another common way that our law enforcement officers are expected and asked to interact with our students. So those have been added in. And then most of the other edits within there beyond the first read have to do with adding in that phrasing of the LEO and how we ask them to interact with our students. So that's kind of a overview. A lot, and all of this was done in conjunction with running back and forth through our sheriff's office. All how this would work.
The chair moved to approve policy JCBC red 3.
I'll second it. I have a question though.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Move to discussion on the motion.
Just a question of the safe voice. So, I actually asked if it was included, but you explained some of that. So the SROs will take a look at what happened, and if it's something that affects a particular student or something, they talk with them, or what do you mean? Like, how is that used from an SRO point of view?
Yeah, so oftentimes, just depending on the nature of, because not all safe voices include law enforcement activity, but oftentimes they could, depending on what is being submitted through the safe voice. Where we typically find use of an SRO with a safe voice, and this isn't all encompassing, but just kind of on the regular basis, if there's a safe voice about drugs or alcohol or something like that, then an SRO could be involved in that process. If it has to do with possible suicide ideation, things like that, we might involve an SRO. And then where they really come into to play, not just with SROs, but just could be any law enforcement authority, would be as if we get a safe voice like late at night or outside of school hours when we're not with the students. So sometimes those things roll in at 1 a.m. and as dedicated as our principals and my directors are, we're not necessarily going to see one of those at 1 a.m. But those safe voices would go directly to a dispatch and to people from the law enforcement community who are awake. So if there was something that said, hey, your friend just said they're thinking about harming themselves, then someone from law enforcement would be able to immediately react to that and the dispatch would send someone out to the home to check on the child and make sure they're okay. So we are that's the area where we really rely on them outside hours, during school hours as needed. And we actually try our best to only include when after certain determinations that they are needed. We try to get to that point first as opposed to involve them right away.
Because they don't necessarily have a name anyway, right? Because you can phone in anonymously. So They don't
Yes, yeah, it
necessarily.
just depends, again, on really, there's almost an infinite number of variables of how
Yeah.
a savings come in, so it's each one's its own kind of unique.
Yeah,
scenario.
that explained it. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion?
Yeah, Jeff.
Go ahead.
Dr.
Trustee
Byers, for the record. Hey, I had a question about LEOs specifically. So we use that term in our policy. However, a quick search online shows Nevada state qualifies SROs as LEOs. Are we, have we looked into this as far as contradicting state law with our policies? Or has this been looked at and we're okay?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Josh. Our legal representation helped kind of craft the final language of this. And it's worth mentioning that really in any contract or MOU or policy or any official document, as long as you clarify that, like in this case, it says LEO and what that means in our policy, as opposed to that wouldn't be applicable to what it means in another document or another law or anything like that. So as long as it's clarified that within this specific policy, this is what this means, then that's okay.
Thank you very much. Just want to double check.
Any further discussion, board?
One more thing on 4F. It says law enforcement. That just seems out of place because you've been using or LEO. I'm not sure. Do you mean both SRO and LEO?
I would say that is intentionally the way it is, because even an SRO
Okay.
couldn't just get access to a student for interview without permission from the principal.
Okay, just wanted to check.
All right, we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye, motion passes. Let's see. All right, we're moving on to 4.03. Receipt, review, and discussion regarding proposed revisions to policy IDFB, curriculum design, interscholastic athletics, general eligibility. This is a first reading non-action item. Mr. Anderson?
So for this one, this has to do with a conversation we've been having for a few months about changes to revenue sources within our district, addressing kind of some shortfalls in the budget. Without getting too deep into the numbers, the cost of athletics at a district level is substantial, and well over $1 million, closer to $2 million every year just to fund athletics. Schools do the best job they can with ticket gate and that sort of thing to bring in some revenue, but it doesn't quite meet it. And so the final result is our general fund of our school district having to supplement the cost of athletics. So not to try to put the entire burden, but also supplement a little bit for some of the costs. We discussed having a version of what we would call a pay to participate model. And so within IDFB, which is a already previously existing policy, we have added, so everything that's redlined on that is just an addition. We've made no other edits to the policy. But what you see here is just a brief statement about having a mandatory fee per sport, and then a list of some of the things that the fee helps to cover the costs of. The word help there is very important, because in no way or means would whichever kind of simple fee that we're going to charge cover the cost of all of these things. But what this does is a lot of the elements surrounding athletics program are pretty apparent to people, but then there are a lot of things that people don't really understand that go into making athletics run, such as essential emergency management equipment, the concussion management program that we have, additional insurance that the district needs to take on in order for the case of an accident or an injury, which do happen, and IAA sanctioning and membership. So there are many other fees that are associated with that. And so the proposal is, and the fee exactly is not listed in here because that is not something that would normally go into a policy, nor is it something that the board would decide on. But you would decide on whether or not we charge a fee. And furthermore, should the fee need to increase, we wouldn't want to have to revise the policy every time a fee is going to change. So anyway, this is the basis for which we would establish a fee, and with the intention of having that go into place for the 26-27 school year and athletic seasons. So it is a first read. If you have any questions or suggested edits or comments, then happy to listen to them and before we bring this back at a later date.
Does anyone have anything to offer on this first reading?
Can I put in an opinion?
Absolutely.
I've been reading it, and when I'm thinking about it, I think of students in the district. I think of students in smaller schools that can't really afford things. I know that there's no set fee and there's no set immediate place on this fee, but I see it that the possibility of having this fee kind of lowers the chances of us having more students that participate in sports. Because thinking of Jackpot on its own, whether it's the whole school, which I know I represent all 9,000 students, as it said in my agenda, but representing Jackpot itself, I see students that already struggle to participate just because they can't afford to go on a trip to buy themselves food. They can't afford to get anything for basketball. They can't afford to get the shoes. They can't afford then just anything in supplies in general. And I feel that if they already have to pay to be able to play the sport, let alone being able to pay to have everything that they need for the sport. So my opinion is that this kind of affects our actual number of players rather than, because I see where it's coming from. I see that there are certain fees that should be covered by certain things, but I don't believe that students should be fully, I don't know the full word for it, but not entitled. I don't know what the word for it that I'm trying to look for is, but I don't feel that students should be forced to pay to be able to play the sport when they already have a hard time getting to play the sport in general. I don't know about other school districts because I've only lived here, obviously. And I know that in certain areas, they might have richer families, they might have jobs on their own. But I know of 4 students right now that wouldn't play basketball if they had to pay for it. I know 5 students right now that wouldn't play track if they had to play for it. And I just see that there should be more ability for students to be able to play these sports, in my opinion, because I like seeing our school, I like seeing our students play. I like seeing people out there representing our school spirit. And I like to be able to see our students out there playing, doing whatever they want to do, playing that sport. And I don't like the idea that the possibility of them not being able to is caused by them having to pay to play. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
And that's the end of it.
Yeah,
Thank you for your time.
really great comments. So a couple things I want to answer for you. Number one, regarding other school districts, kind of part of our evaluation of consideration of whether or not to do this was a view of all school districts across the state. And in more than half of the districts across our state, there is some form or fashion of a fee structure in order to be able to participate in athletics. And something that's on me for not mentioning, there is a clause here at the bottom of what's in red line. There's a little asterisk, and it does say financial hardship waivers are available through the athletic department. And we didn't want to get too specific with that, but make sure there is something in there. And likely the scenario that we would do is if someone qualifies for like free or reduced lunch through those already federally designated pathways, then that as long as that paperwork is filled out properly and they ask for that hardship waiver because of a demonstrated hardship, then the district would not charge people that are already in those types of scenarios. So that would be the intention of the policy, is to not exclude someone because of this fee. And so I appreciate that consideration for your classmates.
And that also is my fault. I should have read that.
No, you're fine.
You're totally good. I should have mentioned it because well, again, we've been talking about this for a few months. This was always meant to be part of the policy too, that we would not to our best extent we can, not exclude people because of this. So yeah, we
Yeah,
definitely.
because my
we
main
keep that in mind.
issue, I'm sorry for
No,
interrupting
you're
you,
good.
but my main issue is I love seeing our students out there playing. I
Yeah.
love seeing them supporting their schools, supporting their school spirit. And if they're in the hardship kind of area, I'm glad that you guys added this clause, because if they're in the hardship and they have those waivers signed and they have those filled out, it's great that they have the ability to still play. I like that of all things, especially. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And just while we're talking about the topic, any chance I get, like everyone, regardless of what you think the result of filling out the free or reduced lunch application is, it's a very misunderstood form, and that form is good for free reduced lunch. It's good for getting ACT waivers. It's good for FAFSA for when you're applying for college. It's good for getting these other hardship waivers at the district level. There are many, many, many things that benefit the student individually by filling this out, and also can stand to benefit your entire school because of the free reduced lunch status and the entire district. So there's a lot of benefit, and I think too often people just don't fill it out because why bother? And there's a lot of answers to why bother, but we always want people to fill these out regardless of income. So it's just good practice when that form comes home, because it goes home at the beginning of every year. It's good practice for everyone to fill that out. But especially in the case of where hardship does exist already, super important to do that. Thank you for your comments. Those were great.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Board, any further discussion on this policy?
I have,
Go ahead.
Go ahead, trustee Ballard.
sorry about that. I have one question. I'm just wondering where it says that there will be a mandatory fee. Is that a district-wide fee? So the fee is the same for volleyball, no matter which school site that they're out at? Or will those vary from place to place? Just curious if it's going to be a universal fee or different from site to site.
The intention is to have it be a set fee across the board.
For
Okay.
both?
For both what?
Well, she asked
For
per
sports
sport
and
and,
locations?
yeah.
Oh, yes, we intend to set one fee for participation in all sports regardless of where you are located.
How about if it's a different sport? I think is what they're getting at, like a football, the baseball,
For all sports at all locations, the fee is intended to be the exact same.
same. Gotcha.
Thank you.
Trustee Neal?
So that would include when you have financial hardship waivers are available to the school. So each school will determine that it's not a universal, like Jackpot can determine who needs a waiver versus Wendover or whatever. That's not a, I'm reading that correctly. Yes.
Yeah, I can see how that wording, if we may need to, we could clean that up a little bit. Again, try to, whenever possible, you try to make policies all encompassing and not so restrictive. You leave some room in order for implementation. And so the intention is that the same measurement or same hardship waiver would be applied at every school in the same fashion. It wouldn't be Jackpot deciding who gets what waiver and Wendover deciding who gets what waiver. It would be the same waiver across all
And I
schools.
understand that. I just want them to have the flexibility if there is someone, because they know their students best, that maybe, I don't know, doesn't fit into
Mhm.
the box or whatever, that they have that flexibility to allow that.
Yeah, because of a site's discretionary budget or a team's budget or an athletics program's budget, and this will kind of be relevant in our next policy item as well. Schools have discretion with other funds to use, but as far as like the hardship waiver that gets applied across the board, that would be uniform.
Okay.
But I mean, you could say that because I know this happens. You could say that a coach who says, well, I know that kid and I'm going to make sure I have that kid. I'm going to make sure we cover that cost for him. Like that's technically someone granting a hardship waiver, but
Okay.
it's not an official free or reduced lunch application. So there's really nothing we can do to stop someone from writing a check for somebody else, so to speak, or an athletics program using that out of their own activity account or something.
Okay. And then my other question is on 6 and 7. Or 5 and 6, sorry. No, it is 6 and 7. 7 needs to be moved over, but
Yep, it sure
6,
does.
7.
Six, seven,
Sorry.
Thanks, so.
sorry.
Yeah, I couldn't help it. The wording for homeschool and foreign exchange, should it include will also abide by number 3? Like, do they have to pay a fee? Because it makes it sound like, yes, they're eligible, but there's nothing else written in there. So, and maybe it's just added extra that doesn't need to be there, but should there be something like they will also pay that fee just because they're homeschooled?
Yeah, got what you're saying. So something to keep in mind is this is not a policy about the fee. This policy is about general eligibility. And so
Okay,
that part that's down there already existed before, right? Because it's clarifying that those students are eligible to participate, but it's assumed that they also need to meet all other eligibility requirements like attendance, like grades, like behavior. And so this, because 3 precedes all of that, everything in 3 that we've added, that would also apply to our homeschool
Okay.
and our foreign exchange students as well.
thank you.
Just a question. So
Can-
you talked
can.
about. hold on.
Yeah, I'm not really supposed to take stuff from outside. I can get
Oh,
you in
that's-
public comment
Yeah,
or whatever, but I have to limit discussion to
No,
just the
that's fine.
board. It's the
Yeah.
rules.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
starting at the top, kind of working our way down, I realized that 2E was not modified. Or if I understand correctly, more than 6 credits is considered full-time. And we have the ability for dual credit and or the ability for our upperclassmen to take college credits through GDC or other accredited units or organizations. I would hate for somebody to split hairs by saying, oh, well, you're taking 3 college level courses, therefore you're a full-time student, and now you're not eligible to play, just because they're trying to get ahead of their post-secondary education. Is there something we can use to address that, or is that an NIAA requirement?
I don't know the answer to that, Emily. Is that an NIAA requirement, or is that something we need to look into?
We can look into it further, but right now, most of our dual credits count for and toward their current enrollment. So we shouldn't have an issue with that.
Okay. If you do find that it is NIAA requirement, I'd like that to be addressed. Because even if somebody's not taking dual credit, if we have a student that is pursuing college credits and not for the purpose of sports, then I think that we need to make sure we are not excluding those students from being able to participate as fully as possible in high school as well. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you
Mr.
for.
Chair,
Yes.
would that be covered in 2D where it says has not received a high school diploma or general equivalency diploma? Would that already cover that?
I think Matt's saying in a situation where even if that's the case, Teresa, where they haven't received their diploma, but they are also taking 9 credits in a semester, does that exclude them? Because that's technically full-time status. If it is, I thought 12 was probably, but maybe I'm wrong on the number of credits. Either way, we're going to look into it and we'll make sure if this is an NIAA requirement, maybe we can try to clarify that as long as we're looking at other language.
Thank you.
Last year, somebody from Carlin graduated with a college degree and their high school diploma.
Right, I remember that.
So
We do have that happen, and we should encourage students to be doing that. So I think it's a great thing to look into to make sure we're not excluding anyone from high school activities when they're just also trying to do their best to get higher education as well.
Absolutely, thank you. 2 more, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
For both this agenda item and agenda item 4.04, I would like to see the discussion of hardship waivers specifically include that free and reduced lunch forms must be filled out prior to a waiver being considered. I think that codifies the importance from the board into policy of what those forms are. And I know that it starts to encroach on process and procedure versus policy, but I would like it to be policy, that the policy of this board is everyone should have to fill it out, and to any waivers we're giving, that will be a requirement. If that's something that's amenable to the
Yeah,
to the
perhaps, maybe.
administration.
I kind of like the flexibility of the sentence we have, but I think we could also add something that say, in order to qualify for a hardship waiver, a student must complete their, the federal, free and reduced lunch application, something like that.
I think the final question I have on this is down in 6. I realize that we currently don't have any charter or private schools that apply, but since we're already here, would it be beneficial to change 6 to either non-district educated children to cover all of those, or to even add homeschool charter / private school? I realize that high schools, we don't have any of those yet. Since we're here, I just didn't know if that was something that we should look at. My understanding is that we're at least 2 or 3 years away in the city of Elko from having a high school for the charter school, but it could come up at any point. Just figured while we were looking at it, that may be something to look at, and I don't know what type of language to use. Just throwing it out as an idea.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Anything further from the board on this policy? Okay, well, and I also want to add, I'm happy to hear your comment. If you can either send it in, this is a first read, so we'll still be working. If you had something to offer, we're happy to hear it. I just have to follow the rules. And we also have public comment at the end of the meeting too.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on to 4.04, receipt, review, and discussion regarding proposed policy IHFA, academic achievement credit recovery. It's a non-action item. Mr. Anderson.
Yep. So this is a brand new policy in our conversations again around budget. One of the things that was mentioned by many people was the cost of credit recovery. To clarify before I get too far into this, when we talk about credit recovery, there's been a little bit of conflating of credit recovery with Admentum. Admentum gets used in lots of ways for initial credit. When we're in a perfect location, I'd like to talk about Admentum, where in a school the size of Jackpot, there are many courses which may not be offered in person, but students have access to through Admentum. So the conversation around credit recovery is not when we're talking about for original credit, but it is exactly what it sounds like. Credit recovery means you took it once, you failed it, and now you need to recover that credit. So that's, just keep that in mind. And this is not in reference to all uses of original credit through online platforms. So throughout the last few months, there's been varying opinion on what to do here. I will also preface everything that's in here with me saying, I recognize that many people have taken a pretty hard stance on too bad, so sad, you fail it once, you pay for it the second time. What we have put together here in this proposal is not that hard line, but it is also not the original line that I wanted to take of let's not do that at all. So it's something in between. And I won't be hurt or offended if I'm directed to do something a little tougher. But what I want to say is the product here is a thoughtful combination of lots of different perspectives, talking with administrators, talking with the teachers who are implementing credit recovery programs across our district, from those who work with these kids during the summers, and from counselors who work with these kids on a daily basis. There are more situations than we can really come up with to tell you about and why a student might need to take a credit recovery course. We tend to hear about the most drastic ones where people just want to cheat and that's why they're doing it, or people were lazy and but that mentality doesn't encompass all of the very challenging real life circumstances that some of our kids are faced with. And so what this tries to do is balance multiple things. So just going through this pretty quickly, the purpose is obviously to establish those expectations. Now, when we talk about eligibility for doing credit recovery, something we notice as a practitioner at the secondary level is oftentimes your 9th and your 10th graders, there is still responsibility being learned. And as a parent of kids of all of these ages, like, boy, do I know it. So kids are learning responsibility. And so during 9th and 10th grade year, that's when you do see a lot of failed courses. And the reality too is we recognize that those in-person offerings are probably the best way, especially if those skills weren't really learned at that time. And it wasn't just, I didn't turn my homework in, but like, hey, they really didn't learn it. Oftentimes, if they weren't responsible enough for an in-person class, they're probably not going to be responsible enough to do an online class on their own. And so what we're proposing in section 2 is that blanket right off the bat, if you fail a class as a freshman or a sophomore, the expectation is that you sit again in that class, and that we don't immediately make that class available to you to take online. Now there are exceptions, which we'll get to in a second, but just hang with me. And then for juniors and seniors, we're starting to get a little closer to graduation. Time is a little bit of the essence, and we don't want to delay that any more than we have to. So if those in-person attempts throughout 9th and 10th grade year were not successful, or scheduling didn't allow for it or whatever, then now going into junior and senior year, where there is typically a little more flexibility with electives and schedules, then we start to make that a little more of an option. Then going on to number 3, section 3, sorry. Again, I hate to have a policy that's too prescriptive. So 3 creates exceptions for those underclassmen, for freshmen and sophomores. They could enroll in online recovery if, number 1, they just assume the full cost of taking that class. Of because I could see, well, tell you a story about CJ. I failed a class I failed 2 classes my freshman year of high school, and I had a parent who was like, "Oh no, you're not doing whatever over the summer. You're taking English again." And so I think there are situations where it could be beneficial for them to have to take that class online, or be forced to do that again. And so should a parent want to require their own child to do that, I think we could create the circumstances for that to happen, but have that come at no cost to the district. So that is where the self-funded comes into play. And then the other would be an administrator approval, and that would be based on, extenuating circumstances. And it gives a couple of examples of medical necessity or extreme scheduling conflict, but leaving flexibility for the administrator, for the counselor who know that student individually, and know all of their circumstances. So that is where there could be some exceptions that we are proposing. Then when you go into section 4, talks about performance and financial accountability. So our proposal is for the juniors and seniors who are eligible to take those, that we still, again, this is where I anticipate a little pushback, and that's okay. But our proposal is that the district would cover that first time retake cost for our juniors and seniors, and anticipating that, for whatever reason they got to that point, we're still not there. We really want to make sure our kids graduate, and providing those circumstances. And then should they fail at an attempt of doing that, then they would no longer be eligible for district funded online seats in that subject area. And then just a clause at the end there that says everything has to be in accordance with the Nevada Department of Ed. And then the waiver at the bottom, which Matt, I got your comment from 4.03. We would apply the same here, is that the ECSD shall waive or reduce financial responsibility in case of documented financial hardship, ensuring that they're not denied access to an equitable education due to inability to pay, and making sure that the free and reduced lunch waiver must be filled out in order for that to be available. So that's a pretty quick run through of that, and I'm ready for your feedback.
Mr. Chair, I'll jump right in if I may.
Go right ahead.
At the top, when it indicates freshmen have standard recovery, et cetera, this does not require a course to be retaken, correct? It just gives the option. So for example, if a freshman fails a course that they may not need to graduate, this isn't requiring that, correct?
Yes, it would just be if they want to recover those credits, then that would be the way to, then this is the path that would be followed. But yes, if they took choir, which break my heart if someone failed choir, but if someone failed choir, There is no graduation requirement we require. I would also have a long, hard conversation with a student about how they feel choir, but yes, correct.
Okay, great. The next kind of more serious of my questions, under section 4, subsection 3, says the subsequent enrollment, this would allow them to go again, but it says to attempt the same or another online recovery course after failure. I may be reading that wrong, but I'm reading that to say if you fail English 101 on credit recovery, and then you want to, sorry, it's not English 101, English 1 or English 4, let's say, and then you want to take Algebra 2, you couldn't because you already failed once. So I think we may just want to clean that language up a bit.
So let me, I think I know where you're going. Let me see if this answers your question. So number 2, right above that already says, ineligible for further district funded online seats in that subject area, right?
Right.
So to attempt the same or another online recovery course, what that's referring to, I believe, is not another subject area, but another course. So there could be multiple courses that satisfy the same requirement. So in English 1,
Okay.
requirement could be met in various ways. And so you can't be like, well, it's not the same course. I'm doing this other one for English 1. It's like, no, we already paid for your attempt at recovery of English 1,
Okay.
even if it's a different course to satisfy that requirement.
I appreciate that. That makes sense.
Okay.
And yep, I'm good with that. The next 2 are pretty minor. The consistency with formatting, if we could just make sure that this is formatted similar to others. The last 2 policies that we looked at didn't generally have the Roman numerals. And then section 3, subsection 2, again, just a consistency thing. Building principal versus school principal. I don't know. Again, it's significantly minor. I mean, it's in, you know, it's minor at all, but just to stay consistent with what we're calling them. Mr. Chair, those are the only questions and or comments I have for this policy.
Thank you.
I was just seeing if someone online wants to go before me, because I don't need to be a hog about everything.
Go ahead,
I
trustee
take
Neal.
that personally.
Chair recognizes
No,
trustee Neal.
I'm glad you went, because I'm always going first, it seems like. On number, Roman numeral 4, number 3, I think. Yeah.
Subsequent.
What is a plan for success? Is that something we've had, or it's something that will be developed because of this policy?
It is something that would be developed. You could think of it as we have other similar type things like educational plans, or they're not necessarily called plan for success, but basically an individualized plan for a student to almost a contract of sorts with a student.
And that'll be like some kind of template that every school will have and have to fill out if they go that route?
We will create a template. I wouldn't probably get too into the weeds of which template they're using, as long as it satisfies the
No,
objectives
I'm
of
fine
the
with that,
template.
but it says a renewed plan for success, so I didn't understand what that wording is. And shouldn't we be doing a plan for success before they get to the point that they need to retake a class? Like, what is happening that they even need to take a credit recovery class? I understand the extenuating circumstances of the student was ill or whatever, but for a student that just comes to school every day, shouldn't they have that before they fail a class? And maybe they do. That just
Sure.
is a thought in my head of why they need a success plan. They should have that before.
I would say prior to that point, certainly there are other things that are happening at a site level to support that student, such as phone calls home, individual work with teachers, tutoring, counselor work. So those may not all fall under this thing that's being called a plan for success, but there certainly are multiple interventions and tiered systems of support for that student prior to that point.
Okay. I'm glad to see some kind of structured fee, because we also have to make students accountable for their behaviors. And if they're like, and I know there's exceptions to every rule and not everything is the negative side. There's all kinds of situations, like you said. But what I'm hoping this will avoid are the students that just say, I want to sit in class, I want to wait until another time. That, sometimes we have to do things maybe we're not thrilled with, but we do it anyway. And sometimes sitting in class is one of them. Like, it's just expected behavior and expected of students, in my old opinion. So I'm glad to see something in place, because as I've said earlier, I've worked with the credit recovery program, and you had mentioned it before of, if a student doesn't do well with one online class, they're typically not going to do well with any other one after that, meaning online isn't for them. So it's nice that freshmen and sophomore will have in person instead of online, and give them that opportunity. So I do like that part.
Thank you. All set?
Yeah.
Just want to make sure.
Sorry.
Anything further from the board on this policy?
Mr. President.
Yes, trustee Ballard.
Hi. Okay, so I'm gonna be the one who is kind of thinking that this policy needs to be completely revamped. I really think that we need to have a policy that sets a consistent standard for credit recovery that prioritizes learning first. And I think that one that establishes in-person instruction as the primary pathway, because that's how or where we know that students receive the structure and the support that they need to be able to master the content that the material that they're learning. I think we need to make online credit recovery available, but as a secondary option for everyone. And so I don't really like the idea of separating it out for freshmen and sophomores and juniors and seniors. On number 1, where it says purpose, I would strike the last part where it says, while prioritizing in-person instruction for foundational years. I would strike that and rewrite that to say, while prioritizing in-person instruction as the primary method of credit recovery for all students. I just think that we should be creating a policy that uses online credit recovery as a last resort. And obviously there are situations where it's necessary, but I feel like that it should only be utilized when there's serious scheduling conflicts or different reasons why they cannot sit in a classroom and learn from a teacher and be instructed by a teacher and have that in-person learning so that they can master that content. And I understand, like I've said before, I remember sitting in freshman English and as a freshman in math class and having to sit next to juniors and seniors that were in that class and having to retake it for the year because they failed at their first go round. We've received emails from teachers saying that this is kind of like an easy way out for students, that they know that they can fail the in-person class and then quickly go and do credit recovery in order to still graduate. And I think that we need to try and make a policy that limits that. And I've got a bunch of, I've kind of redlined this policy and added a few things. I'd like to be able to share it. I don't know if I could send that into Hillary or you, Jeff, as board president, but just kind of some of my ideas. But I just really think that we need to limit the online as much as possible and only have it as an option where it's truly needed. Just for a couple other quick ideas on there, I'm trying to think of what I've got here. Yeah, so under 2, where it says eligibility by grade level, I would change that to credit recovery delivery method. And then I would say the delivery method for credit recovery is determined by, and instead of, I would strike out by the student's current credit alignment and grade level, I would strike that and I would say determined by schedule availability, course capacity, and student need with in-person instruction as the default expectation whenever available. And I think also I think that whenever online credit recovery is utilized, that students should be paying for that, covering the expense of that, unless they are having to take that online credit recovery because the school district isn't able to provide that in-person instruction for them. So I just have a few ideas on how I would share that, and I just wanted to ask what the best way would be to share those things.
Hey, Brooke, if I'm gonna suggest something, and just let me know if this is okay. In cases where a board member has extensive disagreements with a policy proposal, what we've done in the past is set aside time for that board member to sit down with me and potentially the other staff members who were responsible for putting the proposal together, and kind of work through potential revisions based on not only your comments, but those that we've already received at this point. And so given that it sounds like you have probably a lot more to go, and we don't need to turn this item into like a workshop on the policy. If we want to sit down, I would suggest we do that. And we can also obviously get your suggestions out to everyone else, given that they haven't seen it yet. That way they could also submit comment to me and Hillary about that. I think that would be a good way to move forward if you're okay with that.
And that's, I would add, that's the same thing that we did on that travel policy not that long ago, is then CJ and I got together and worked it out, and then we brought it back for the board with I think it was a couple versions we ended up looking at. So yeah, where we're on the first reading, we can have second, third, whatever we need to get this right.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I would appreciate that.
Get set some time with them and get together, and then y'all can work out something that we can all look at again, and so that we don't run afoul of any kind of public meeting or open meeting law.
That would be great.
Also beneficial to, if there are so many changes that run counter to the proposal, to have two different policies,
right,
and then the board can say A or B.
Exactly. Yeah,
we can do that. Agreed. Thank you, Brooke. It sounds like you did a lot of thoughtful analysis of the proposal, so thanks for doing that and putting the work into it, and let's definitely talk about it more.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Trustee.
I was just wondering if Mr. Anderson could talk about any credit recovery we do for anybody in the middle school and how that works there, because the policy, just specifically addresses high school. Can we have a discussion about what happens with the middle school?
Yeah, certainly. So right now, middle school is very different from high school as far as credits go. There are no middle school credits for graduation, so there is no credit to be recovered at middle school. Now, we think in terms of that in middle school because there is statute and NAC, which is academic code, and those do delineate the terms under which a student can be either promoted or what's the other word? Retained. There's another word, placed, I think is the other word. So they can be retained, placed, or promoted based on how well or how many of their core courses they complete. And so in middle school, it talks in terms of half credit. So you should, it says lots of shoulds and mays and cans and things like that. So there are no hard and fast requirements like a diploma would require. So what middle schools are doing is a little, it's different across our schools on what is quote unquote required in order to be promoted or to be placed or retained. And so Teresa sent me a couple of questions, and she pointed out, just as two examples, the difference between how this is being conducted at Spring Creek Middle School versus at Adobe Middle School. And so we do have different things happening. There is credit recovery, as it's called, even though I would say that's not really applicable to this policy because, again, there are no actual credits to be recovered at middle school because there are no credits being earned as far as graduation is concerned. But it is their internal way of having accountability for those students. I know when I was the principal in Wells, I I worked out contracts with kids, and the teachers and I would all meet as multidisciplinary teams to work with individual students and parents and come up with those solutions. And I'm sure Jackpot has its own way of addressing middle school students who are middle school credit deficient. Adobe has a little bit different of approach where they have the staffing and the structure to have algebra labs and reading intervention periods. And so just depending on the structure of the school, the layout, the number of staff they have available to have certain offerings to address those areas, that can be different from school to school. And again, that flexibility is allowed because there are no hard and fast requirements about moving beyond middle school. Whereas, because there are lots of recommendations and mays and coulds and shoulds, but when it comes to a diploma, you either earned enough credits to get your standard diploma or you didn't, or to get your advanced diploma or you didn't. Those are a little more clearly delineated.
I have a question for the rest of the board. If at the middle school, for instance, Spring Creek Middle School, if they are using these online credit recovery courses at a cost to the district, is that something that should be included in this policy though, where we're going to possibly be charging other students for credit recovery courses? And I understand that those are required for graduation, but if middle school students are utilizing the same online platform and programs to recover credits at the middle school age, should they be included in this policy?
I'm going to just jump in there. Based on what Superintendent Anderson just said, no, there should be no credit recovery offered to middle schoolers unless they're paying for it directly. They don't need it to go to the next level with what I'm understanding. And if they want it to be able to be placed into a higher level course, well, then they can pay for it themselves. But I may be misunderstanding either one, your question, or two, Mr. Anderson's explanation. Is that widespread?
No, that's not widespread that's happening that way. What I would say and caution against codifying anything like that in policy is I can see why you wouldn't want that to come out of like the district's general fund. But just like we pointed out earlier with athletics, where a site can use discretionary funds or an athletics program can use discretionary funds to cover things like that, a site is given an instructional budget. And I think that it would be overstepping your role as board members and really overstepping probably, I think it would be a misuse of power from a central office role even to say you cannot use your discretionary site budget for X academic program. And I think that this could be viewed as a, like, let's just say another school said, well, I want to put $10,000 towards an after school credit recovery program, right, where kids are basically required to just sit there and receive tutoring and work to get their hours back that way. Well, if they don't have the personnel to do that, but they have the budget to do that, and they want to, their program doesn't look like that, but it looks like this, like that would be I think an acceptable use of site discretionary funds, but it wouldn't be something that we would necessarily want to come out of a larger district budget. So
I agree.
I think there's a little bit of, we start to muddy the water a little bit and who gets to make what decisions. And so it might be a little messy to try to delve too far down that. We could maybe come up with some creative wording, but again, now you're getting real prescriptive. And so we can talk about it more when we workshop it a little bit, Brooke, but I jumped in. Her question was to board members, so I will step back and let other board members jump in if you want.
This is Teresa. I will just jump in and say thank you for that clarification. So anything that is being used to pass a class at the middle school level is not coming out of the general fund. It is coming from the site fund, correct?
I am not 100% sure enough, Teresa, to tell you where that money is coming from. When it was relayed to me that they were doing that, it sounded from the administration there like, we are doing this with our kids. So I'm guessing that that's how they're doing that, but I can't confidently tell you that it's definitely coming out of their site budget. But if we were to put some sort of parameters around it, that's what I would suggest, is we make sure that it would almost be like an admin reg of the policy, is that these can only be paid for using site discretionary funds. Because the same concept could be applied to at the bottom of this with that clause, right? The shall waive or reduce financial responsibility. If a student, for whatever reason, doesn't fill out fills out the FRL but doesn't qualify because of some custody issue and a parent won't do whatever, that's a kid, and a site could say, well, we're going to cover that for that kid. So if they can do that for that kid, why couldn't they do this for some other kid at a middle school, right? It leaves some discretion for them to use their funds the way they think is most beneficial for the student.
Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe that's just something to look at to make sure it's not coming out of the general fund. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
I think the language in 4.2 says that pretty clearly, of ineligible for further district funded seats. And I think that if there is language that's put in there, we could just simply say this policy is the only district funded credit recovery available. And that gives, I mean, we're just saying district funded. If you want to do something else, great, but that's the only way to get it district funded.
Isn't technically a district budget, a school budget's part of the district budget?
I
mean, I know they
there's-
have their own specific,
But I think once
monies,
we
but-
give it to them, how they spend it is up
but
to them.
saying district budget, to me, your school budget's still under the districts. We still have to fund
Yeah.
each school. And when we need help as a district, the schools have to help with that. So
Do we claw back money from the sites?
That happens. It doesn't always happen. It just depends on how much residual there is, and it can happen.
and not to get too far in the weeds with the middle school, not using the word credit recovery is a good idea for anything that's not high school. And if they're using online classes, to me, you as top administration does have the right to look at school and how they're using their money, because is that effective? Is that working? Like you have the opportunity to say, hey, you know what, this isn't working and it's money that's not being spent well. To me, that is part of your position. And
Yeah,
maybe
you're
I'm just seeing it differently.
No, you're right.
But what's the
Doing a program evaluation.
effectiveness of doing it that way for middle school? Is it really working? I mean, it's great to like do a pilot or whatever, but in the end, is it truly effective teaching? Which is what we're about.
Good. Trustee Byers, you had your hand up?
I do. Thank you, Dr. Josh Byers, for the record. Hey, I had a couple questions. I think it's along the same lines. I'm just going to ask them how they are. So in that same line, because the spirit of the policy is to figure out how to kind of slow this down, and it was identified by the community and other folks that credit recovery may not be being utilized as well as many think. And so is there a stopgap on these exceptions? Like, are we going to look at sites basically to see if they're clearly just giving exceptions and letting them go? And how does that work otherwise? Because, when you have it, most of these are great until now you have an exception, now you have an exception, now you have an exception. And so I'm just wondering, are we having any stopgaps associated with that?
Yeah, so maybe something again along the lines of an administrative regulation on this, of how exceptions are monitored. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, for sure. Because, like the way they are is, and in my history and in other history with other students that I know, if it's something that the principal can, if they're in, and I'm trusting the principal in what they're doing. So I don't want to make it sound like I don't, but if they decide in their capacity that this student doesn't need any sort of action, right? And it doesn't need to, they can have this exception, then, and they can just do that whenever. And that becomes, the norm, as opposed to this policy allows for that. Now, it doesn't really look into the fact that has become their habit of just giving the exception to the rule. You know, I understand the spirit of this is to not give the exception to the rule, but I'm trying to figure out, you know, at that point, why are we even doing this policy? Because they can just do the exception to the rule at any time.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's actually making me think of the state's, I think it's with 460, the read by grade 3 retention requirements. There's all these rules around retaining a kid at grade 3 if they're not successful in their test, but there's enough language around exceptions that basically allow for any school administrator and team to just still move any kid on. So if that's the case where you're creating this policy or that law in that situation, but you put so many exceptions in there, then what's even the point of it?
Yeah. So I'm just trying to figure out if we have some stopgaps associated with it, right? Like, and it doesn't have to be something where someone's in trouble for it. You just say, hey, you know, your site, and maybe that's your administration policy, your site has been giving a ton of exceptions to it, you know, or creating some sort of rubric for it. Do you guys like your rubrics? Rubrics wouldn't be a bad idea. I was just trying to understand credit recovery was my other question. So basically, what's the time, like, is there a time frame associated with credit recovery? Like you have so many months or so many weeks to do it? Because the way it sounds is like I could just keep doing credit recovery all year, or I don't understand.
Yeah, most courses do have like a standard time frame in which it's supposed to be completed, but you can get extensions, and those can be carried. I mean, can't go on for forever, but they can be extended if need be.
Okay. Is it so? It's so like if they're, I don't want to get into that. Never mind. So, okay, yeah, those were just kind of my concerns associated. I know this is the first read, so I'm interested to see what we come back with. But those are just some concerns I had with it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee
Josh, like summer school, there would be a time frame because summer school is only for a certain period of time, so they would have to be done within that time.
Yep.
And then the incentive is if they finish early, they don't have to go to summer school the rest of the time.
Yep. I've seen kids complete an entire course in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes them most of summer school to do it.
And then some don't finish because they don't
Yeah.
want to go to school in summer. So
Yep.
I'm so sorry. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. I did have one more as a reverse of that. What if we have an administrator I'm not giving any waivers, period? Like they're just like, you know what, I'm done with this. We're not giving any waivers.
Yeah, that's a great question as well. I think that should we have given the clause at the end, and if we specify with a free reduced lunch, if they qualify that way, that would be at least one area where an administrator would have no say in the matter. If a student qualifies in that regard, then they would automatically qualify. But the ones beyond that, yeah, the language right now sort of leaves that discretion up to them.
Okay. I apologize, Susan, I interrupted you. So sorry. Sometimes there's an overlap there. So.
right, it's no problem. I was just curious, how many students does this even apply to? Like, how many students do we have in credit recovery typically? And I'm not asking you to do that off the top of your head, but I would be curious to know how many kids does this affect? Like, do we have a little comparison of like the last couple of years of how many is it getting more, less, certain subject area? Like we should be looking at those as well. I'm not saying you aren't, I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah, we can bring a number of kids in courses.
I would be curious to know what courses they're taking, and do we need to be looking at that as if the number's getting larger as well?
All right, anything further from the board on this policy?
I just have a question here.
Go ahead.
I don't know if I'm understanding this wrong too, but isn't it like we have to write the policy and then superintendent decides and they have to do the work, and then they can come to us and give us a report of what's going on, and then we can say, oh, this is not working, we might change this, or we might need to add this. It's just feel like we're talking about adding more things and who's going to be doing this, who's going to be doing that. Isn't that just I might be wrong.
Yeah, you're talking about the difference between the policy and the implementation of the policy.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, the goal is obviously to make sure that we have a policy that is within your scope of what you can put in policy, and then it's up to us to do the implementation and report back. And so if there was let's just say after it's implemented, if, someone says, hey, I'd like to know, given how change in IHFA or whatever this one is, IHFA, we'd like to know how many students have done credit recovery this year, how many were paid for, how many were on waivers. Like, if you guys want reports on that type of stuff, that's just something you can request from me and of the board president to agendize something if you want. But yeah, it's up to us to implement it, and then we can report back depending on what the board wants to know.
Okay, so do we need to add more? And I like the idea of having to once add a lot of different things. So, but I like this. I really do. I feel like if a student is struggling in freshman and sophomore, they're probably going to be struggling junior and seniors. So if we make it easier, those 2 last years for them have online for credit recovery would be good for me. And just having those 2 policies will be good. We can see what we like.
Definitely. Yeah. We'll bring a couple of different versions for you. One that is a little more along these lines with some of the suggestions, and then sounds like one that's a little bit of a different take on the topic.
Yeah, and I would urge anyone on the board to please reach out to the superintendent if you have ideas beyond what we discussed tonight towards this policy, and looking forward to another reading. Does anyone have anything further to add to this discussion on the first reading?
Yeah, I would just like to add, for instance, what Adriana just said there, that if they're struggling their freshman and sophomore year, they're going to still be struggling their junior, senior year. And that's really why I think in-person instruction needs to be first and foremost what is offered and what is the preferred method of credit recovery. Because if these students, their freshman and sophomore year, math and English and science and all these different things, they build on each other. And if they're failing freshman math and they're doing a quick online credit recovery course and not gaining those foundational skills and things at that grade level, then when they move on to be a sophomore, they're probably going to struggle even more. And so I just really am thinking about that pillar, students prepared for the future. And I think it's students prepared for their future year in high school, from 9th grade to 10th grade, but also when they graduate and they leave Elko County School District, that we need to make sure as a board that our goal is to make sure that they are prepared for the future. And they're learning those things while they're in high school that are going to help them be successful in life. You hear that saying all the time, knowledge is power. And we need to make sure that we're delivering an education to our students that is really going to help them master content and gain those skills so that they can move forward and be successful in life after this.
One more comment I want to make on the topic. Sorry.
No problem. We'll take one more and we'll move on.
Almost done. We also did a little bit of an analysis of, because I know this was originally thought of as a cost saving a little bit of a cost saving measure to stop spending that much. When we started to think about what that means, if you turn into a lot more of in-person, like you have to get it through in-person recovery, it does cost less to do credit recovery than it does to, like, let's say if we had enough failures of English 1 that we would have to provide a 0 hour for a teacher, because essentially all the classes fill up because we're already at a class size of 27, 28 at a school like Elko High, for example. It would cost us about $10,000 or more dollars to do a 0 hour, and it doesn't cost nearly that much to have 20-something kids take a credit recovery class, especially if some of them are having to pay for it on their own. So the cost to do credit recovery through in-person, even though I agree with you, in-person instruction is the preferred method, first time high quality instruction is the way to go. But given that this even came up because of budget conversations, it does cost more for the real person, even though they're the better way to teach, so.
I'm gonna
Thank
jump
you.
in one more time if you don't mind.
Actually, well,
If I may, Mr. Chair,
I'm
our student.
taking care of that right now.
Okay.
If I can interrupt real quick, I want to thank Nicholas for being here. Not only has he done a great job here as a student board member, but he's got a job to get to. So
Plus two of them, actually.
one or two, yeah.
Say a few words before I head out.
Yeah, you go right ahead.
Thank you guys for allowing me to be here and be your guys' student board member. I was very happy to be here. I'm very glad to have had this opportunity. I really did enjoy it, meeting all of you guys as well, since you guys are the higher powers of my education. So I'm glad to have met you guys and gotten to shake your hands, look you in the eyes. Thank you guys for your time and allowing me to be here. I would love to do this again if someday I can have the opportunity, but thank you guys once again for letting me be here.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you, Nicholas.
And Nicholas, I will be playing that little clip for your comments on sports when I'm meeting with some legislators
Of course.
this weekend. So thank you very much for that.
Have a great day.
Great comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Ballard, go ahead. I'm sorry. We had to get him off to work.
No, he's great. I wished he could have stayed longer. He's a great student board member. He had a lot of amazing things to say. I was just gonna jump in and say that I'm looking at this not as a cost saving measure. And that's when I hear that, they looked into it, and if the online credit recovery was a cheaper option because it would cost more to offer a 0 hour for all of the kids that are failing. That's my main concern in this whole thing. Is I think we need to make sure that students understand that they need to be paying attention in school, and they need to be putting in 100% effort and doing the best they can when they're in that class, because this online option isn't, the easy way out. And when I hear that we have $150,000, the district has paid $150,000 in failed online credit recovery course attempts, then I see there's a bigger issue here. And so I am hoping that this policy will help solve that bigger issue that we're seeing as a district.
Thank you, Trustee Ballard. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move on now to item 4.05. That's receipt, review, and discussion regarding an update on Lexia learning. And that is, okay, yes.
I've been waiting all night, and then Emily and I start talking, I get called up and. Director of Elementary Education, and for members, this update is going to provide
We can't hear online.
Point of order.
You're not hearing anything?
We can hear
Can you
the
hear me now?
board good, but she's really jumbled.
Brooke, is this better?
That's much better.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll start all over again. All right, thank you, Archie. Good evening, board members. This update provides a data-driven look at our Lexia implementation and progress so far. Go ahead and turn the slide. Our agenda this evening focuses on evaluating student and grade level performance, analyzing how our staff utilizes data to drive instruction, reviewing map correlation results, and outlining and defining our plan for the rest of the school year. RJ? This slide compares skill level progress for our entire student body against the specific cohort of students who met recommended usage targets. For the total student population, those performing 2 or more skill levels below grade level dropped from 47% to 23%. While the in-student grade skills tier more than doubled to 39%. And the above student grade level increased to 12%. These gains were even more dramatic among the students meeting the recommended usage. Only 7% remained in the lowest tier, while 49% reached grade level proficiency. Ultimately, 76% of students who met usage targets finished in the top 2 tiers, with 66% of that group advancing at least 1 full grade level. This data confirms a strong positive correlation between program fidelity and student outcomes. While the program benefits the entire student body, reaching the highest proficiency levels is significantly more likely when students meet the prescribed usage targets. And I'm going to stop here because last time when I gave this presentation, I think we waited for questions till the very end. And I don't have a numbers brain. It just turns into like a number soup by the end of the presentation. So I thought if we stopped and did questions slide by slide, it'd be a little bit better.
Thank you, Mr. Dimitri. Here, if I may, just use your loud voice. Please remind us, was this school-based with a pilot program, or was every school, did they all have the options to do this?
So we have like different groups going. So at the elementary level, we're doing it district-wide throughout all the schools except Southside, because Southside is doing iReady. At the middle school level, we have Flagview that's using Power Up, and we have Adobe, and then we just have little sprinklings of other schools using Power Up.
Thank you. And what would cause a student to not meet the usage? So looking at the graph, what would cause a student to be on the left-hand side of the data versus the right-hand side of the data?
When students take the placement test, Lexia gives them a usage time that they need to hit in order to make progress. And sometimes it's just a lot of time to get scheduled during the day. Sometimes it's a teacher thing and being comfortable with it and making it, find a spot in the school schedule to make it work.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So are you saying that, let's say someone's in that 2+ below grade level, then Lexia might suggest that their usage, that they need, let's say, 90 minutes a week on it, versus if someone's closer, in order to get to where they need to be, if someone's closer to in the light blue section, then they might only say you only need this 25 minutes a week?
Yes.
Okay, and then the teacher has to try and fit that into their schedule somehow in school?
Yes.
Okay.
And the campuses that have the most success with it, they have like an intervention period or block that it's a dedicated time during the day that the students, regardless of how much time Lexia says they need to have, are designated at that time to do those Lexia lessons.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, ready? Okay, so this grade level breakdown illustrates how students are successfully advancing through core 5 skill levels. 3rd grade led with 51% reduction in the most at-risk tier, while 4th grade nearly halved its 2+ levels below group. Kindergarten and 1st grade stand out for their high percentages of students now working at or above grade level. While 5th grade's 13% reduction in the lowest tier may seem modest, it represents a substantial achievement given the complexity and density of the multi-year skill gaps students must master at that level. Do you have any questions for this slide?
Of course I do.
Matt?
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Actually, it's more of a statement for our public. 78% of our kindergartners are entering without being at level. I think that's pretty dramatic and it needs to be addressed with our community. This is before we get the opportunity to start teaching them. So when nearly 4 out of 5 students don't have the skills to even start at a base level, that's a problem with our community, not with our education system. The numbers are there. I can't be more clear that the community needs to step up and the community needs to do more before they even enter the education system. I'm not saying that we don't have our issues, but that's telling. And when we have that as a base, kudos to our students and to our teachers for being able to exceed beyond that. But that's pretty telling. Sorry, I'll get off my soapbox for now.
Hey, RJ?
Can I jump in with
Lexia's-
one quick question?
Oh,
Sorry.
it's okay.
I couldn't get the mute button pushed quick enough. On the last slide, there was a huge improvement in 3rd grade. Do you think that's because teachers are putting in so much time into that at that grade level because of the read by grade 3? What do you think? Why do you think the numbers are so good for that 3rd grade class?
You know, Brooke, I really don't know, but read by grade 3 does span through all our grade levels at the elementary level, even though it has 3 in the title. Yeah, I don't know. Sure.
Throw something in there. Brooke, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. So in some of the literature around Lexia and really just reading in general, the farther, down the line you get, obviously the more challenging it is to recover those grade levels. And so a student at 5th grade who is 2+ grade levels behind, that could be a student who's actually 4 or 5 grade levels behind. And so there may be significant improvement for that student. They may have gained 2 or 3 and still be 2 or more back. And so the farther away from kindergarten you get, the more challenging it is to make up some of those gaps and the farther they have to go. So a 3rd grader, and this isn't, none of this is to take away from the excellent work our 3rd grade teachers are doing, but it's not, you can see this consistently across the grade levels below 3rd grade as well. They all made pretty significant gains in their students who were in the gray or the darker gray. They have less distance to travel as far as what their gap is, whereas the higher you go, the bigger the disparity is, and usually kind of the greater the damage is over time. So it's why, something like this, you hope to see the fruits bear over the course of multiple years. It's why we always talk about not being too quick to judge the success of something right off the bat, is because a lot of these things compound over years. And so I think it's telling that 3rd grade does a good job, but I would not say that that necessarily means that the ones that didn't show as big a gains aren't doing as good a job. It just means they have farther to go, and we need to keep working with fidelity to continue to close those gaps. That would be my take on it.
Okay, thank you. And they're all making great gains, so it's really fun to see these numbers.
Okay, so our next slide is teacher response. Lexia's assessment without testing provides teachers with real-time data to intervene the moment a student struggles. By utilizing these targeted resources, teachers have delivered 2,400 lessons for direct instruction and 9,100 skill builders to reinforce mastery. This high level of responsiveness ensures that student learning is supported by immediate, data-driven, offline, teacher-driven interventions.
That slide.
No, this is the teachers accessing. They have 2 different resources they can access. One is called Lexia Lessons, and I believe that is the light green. And then there's also skill builders. And those are used, Susan, both those are used during intervention times. The Lexia lessons are, I believe, more whole group, to where the skill builders are more of your small group. Following my presentation last fall, the board requested a comparison to map reading data to evaluate Lexia's impact. This analysis utilizes map growth percentiles to compare student performance gains from 2024, which was pre-Lexia, to 2025, which is mid-Lexia implementation. By using growth percentiles, we can see how our students' progress compares to national averages across these 2 moments of time. The results are encouraging. 9 out of the 12 campuses demonstrated an increase in reading growth percentiles following the introduction of Lexia.
Okay, I have a question.
Okay.
When we're looking at these individual schools, some of them are +11, +9, and then we have some that are -3, -4. Do you ask questions about how they're utilizing Lexia in their schools to where grammar number 2, for instance, is +11? Like, what are they doing at their school that's getting them that growth versus other schools that are seeing a drop? To figure out what's working and what's not. Does anybody kind of study that so that they can share what's working and what's not working?
So I can speak to Mountain View scores just because I check in with that principal every week, and we do talk about Lexia. And this is a building average of scores. And like you'll have like a 5th grade that scores really high, but a 2nd grade that scores really low. So when they average out, it comes to that. Mountain View is actually doing a very good job implementing Lexia and doing the remediations and all of that. The only thing I can think of, honestly, is that they probably had a very good class of kids that were included in the 24 scores that may be transferred out to a different school on the 25 scores. And maybe that's why it was lower.
Ms. Turnahue, I was just also wondering, do those schools that have the higher numbers also have reading interventionists that are working with the kids?
For this year, yes.
Okay. And are any of the schools that have lower numbers, do they have less reading interventionists, no reading interventionists? How are our reading interventionists across the district?
This year they were pretty much equal. The only one that was lacking an interventionist was Oahe, but that wasn't due to our fault. There was just lack of people to pick from or to have do it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This program, or they're doing something different? The classroom teachers using Lexia, are they two distinct?
It kind of depends on the campus, Susan. Some teachers do pull the Lexia lessons or the skill builders to have their interventionists work with the students. Some like to do that themselves and then give the interventionist something else to do.
While we're on this slide, I appreciate everyone's work. So since we're in Jackpot, well done on leading the prowl, since that's a group of jaguars. So well done.
All right, RJ, next slide, please. So this analysis compares map reading projected proficiency on the SBAC between 2024 and 2025. Positive trends are evident in 60% of the grade levels tracked, with 2nd, 5th, and 6th grades showing gains. highlighted by a significant 8-point jump in 6th grade. While 3rd and 4th grade saw slight deficits, 5th grade is now nearing a major 50% proficiency milestone at 49.4%. Overall, the upward trajectory across most grades provides an encouraging outlook for our district's literacy growth. Okay, so the next 3 slides cover another Lexia program. Those first slides were over Core 5. These are over Power Up. And Power Up is our program for grades 6 through 8. And our 5th graders who complete all the levels in Lexia, we're able to put them into Power Up. Currently, it's piloted by several campuses throughout the district. Power Up works the same as Core 5, where the kids take a skills test at the beginning, and then it gives them target instruction in word study, grammar, and comprehension. And just like Core 5, it provides the teachers a data dashboard to help guide them in their interventions and lessons. And I didn't break down any of the data for the Power Up, but you can see the far right column is the movement of students we have going from foundational to intermediate to advanced. And another thing that's different about Power Up than Core 5, the foundational zone is 3 grade levels, the intermediate zone is 3 grade levels, and the advanced zone is also 3 grade levels. So foundational is K through 2, and intermediate is 3 through 5, and advanced is 6, 7, 8. Okay, RJ, you can go to the next one. And the next one. And the next one. All right, thank you. To conclude, our roadmap for full Lexia implementation has centered on continuous high-touch support. We have maintained a steady cadence of quarterly success planning and metric reviews alongside in-person, just-in-time support and virtual professional learning sessions for our campus teams. Looking ahead, our final year review will serve as a deep dive into this year's data. During this meeting, we will collaborate with our success coordinator to evaluate our progress, to establish targeted goals for improvement, and to finalize our strategic steps for next year. And then I plan on being back. The MAPS window closes May 5th. Oh, what am I thinking? SBAC? Okay. Testing coordinator responsibility. I've only had him for 6 weeks and it's been awful. But I will get a report and another presentation ready for you guys as soon as the MAP window closes and the Smarter Balance window closes, and maybe we get some preliminary results, and we'll do another presentation. Is there anything in this presentation that you didn't see that you'd like to see in the next one?
Is it on the science of reading that's going to be the new?
Yep.
So how does that work into Lexia? I don't know that much about science.
Wonderfully. Lexia is built around the science of reading and all the components that go into that.
Is every teacher required to use Lexia at each school?
They were given it, yes. Yep.
I was just curious because I didn't know.
Except Southside, correct?
Right.
Right. They're using iReady, but I believe they have kind of the same philosophy as Lexia.
So will that change with them having to do science of reading? Science of reading.
No, because it's all kind of the same foundational skills.
I'm
Right.
just curious of how that's all gonna fit and gel together, and how teachers are gonna be thrilled with, something else they get.
The science of reading is really cool. And the science of reading is kind of more the case study and the philosophy that we learned when we were in school and learning how to teach school. It's nice to kind of see the pendulum kind of swing back. And I hate to admit that I'm old enough now to have it come back into play, but it's just really good foundational knowledge.
Great, is that it's very good, but somebody, I don't remember her name, but she has taught it and everything, and she said it's not just, hey, I got this an hour later. It's like expensive.
Oh yeah, it
So
hits into all the components of reading, your comprehension, your vocabulary, everything.
Yeah, and part of that was just her explaining, she didn't think the legislative people realized that they're asking a lot of people, like, this is going to be major training on this, so.
And next year, I think we have to have 15 hours, and we're gonna do those through early outs. And it's just gonna be a little taste. You're right, but hopefully it's enough taste that teachers are gonna want more and go find more information on it, because it's good stuff.
If teachers, but principals too, because they have to keep up.
But it's easy to hype up something that's awesome. Yeah. Okay.
Can I
You're
just
welcome.
jump in really quick?
Sure.
So you asked if there's anything we'd like to see maybe with the next one. Is there
Yes.
any way, one of your slides was the monthly responsiveness trends, and it talks about the Lexia lessons that are given and the skill builders that are given, delivered by the educators. Is there any way to gather that data for each school site so that we can see, like, for instance, I was asking about, there was some schools that had a really high plus number and then some that had a negative number. I would really like to see if we could break that data out into each school site to see how many skill builders they're delivering and how many LLs they're delivering, to see if that correlates to that jump in reading.
Okay, yeah, so Brooke, we have a success coordinator and her name is Stephanie Dean, and I meet with her quarterly. And when we do our end of the year review, I'll ask her to send me some school specific data on the teacher implementation side.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say, I remember when we had this on the agenda to purchase this program, and I brought up that my son was in the class where it was being tested, and that when I would pick him up from school, and also the kids that I carpooled, lots of them didn't like it. And so I didn't know if it was a good option to purchase. And the teacher just explained that those students were all kind of high achieving students. And so they probably didn't find it as interesting or as useful as other students would. And so I'm gonna eat my words and say that it looks like this is a really good program. I'm glad that we purchased this. And we had talked about as a board when we purchased this to just kind of see the numbers back and see, like, when it's used with Fidelity, how that translates to reading scores. And so that's part of why I'm asking for those numbers from different school sites, how much it's being utilized at each school site, and if that is what's really making the difference in the jump in reading.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate you, so thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you for that presentation. I might leave it there for the next one too, the IT update. We're gonna be good. Yeah, I'm gonna get on. Okay. It will be on item 4.06. Information technology update.
Practicing my delegating skills. All right. Good evening, board. My name is RJ Santos. I'm the director of IT, and I have an update for you guys. Chromebooks have been a topic of discussion, in the last several board meetings. So just a quick recap of that as our current outlook and beyond. So we decided last board meeting not to purchase Chromebooks for the upcoming school year. That'll save us about $900,000 that we had budgeted for it for this next year. We're moving forward with a shared cart model for the elementary school grades. So K through 5 across the district. We'll have one Chromebook cart full of 30 Chromebooks, split between 3 classes. And we'll have a designated cart for the library as well, so that they have basically a mobile computer lab for all their library and their multimedia classes. The Chromebooks that we're going to use for the elementary school kids are going to be our Dell 3100s, which actually happens to be the same model of Chromebook you guys are using there, board members. So that's kind of cool. Then our secondary schools will remain deployed 1-to-1. And they are our newer Lenovo 300 model, or I think they're all 300 model, just different generations. So, and currently all of our Chromebooks are 2-in-1, which means you can fold them all the way backwards and they become like a tablet, and they all have touch screens. So moving forward, like beyond that, elementary school, that's going to be a priority to maintain that touch screen. Just knowing that those elementary school kids are still learning how to type, they're still learning how to read, and so buttons on a screen are a lot more convenient for those younger kids to utilize. Next one's that. Sweet. Our current fleet of Chromebooks have all been purchased from S.T.A.R.S since 2022, and each year throughout the school year and then during the summer, they're all repaired and maintained either by our skilled technicians that we have in-house or by our partners at S.T.A.R.S. And that was kind of recapped a little bit in last board meeting's presentation as well. The good news with skipping for this next school year, all of our currently deployed devices will still be maintained by Google as far as like system updates, security updates, things like that, and with our management as well. So that's good to have. We've got that support until 2029 and beyond. I think Google promises to support devices like 7 years after they're deployed, like after they're released. So we've got a little bit of time for that, which may give us some cushion if we need it. As far as Chromebook work during the summer, we inventory all of our Chromebooks throughout the summer, and with the help of our staff at each school, we identify damaged Chromebooks, things like that, so that we can remove them from schools, bring them back to our office and repair them or send them off to be repaired. And then once we get them all repaired, we'll redistribute them as enrollment would dictate. So, and then it was brought up last week and just in some discussion, there's going to be some extra Chromebook carts, so we'll remove those from site and maybe redistribute some here and there as needed as well.
Just gonna ask that same question because I was wondering about extra, because I think that's a really good idea. So teachers that want to use that on more occasions than others have that opportunity by having an extra card or something. So I think that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Now, a current outlook on our laptop refresh. All of our staff, our teachers, administrators, central office are all equipped with a laptop for daily use. And so we have spare devices that are available at each school to be checked out for substitutes, for special things that are going on, things like that. And we plan to continue our refresh cycle for the upcoming school year, and we'll probably replace between 200 and 250 laptops. Next one, Lisa. It's kind of slow sometimes. Our E-rate projects. E-rate is an awesome program that we're a part of. It's a federal program. I'm still learning a lot about it, but it really helps us with our network upgrades. So things like bringing all of our internet to all of our school campuses. Hopefully by the end of this summer, so going into the next school year, we'll have fiber internet from every single one of our campuses all the way to central office. So it'll help with things, you know, board meetings and data transfers and things like that. So, and a lot of that is made possible by E-rate. Some Category 1 projects that we have going on right now. We've got Oahe, Montello, Ruby Valley, Mound Valley, and Jackpot fiber upgrades in the works and in process right now. They'll provide schools with between 25 megabytes and 1 gigabyte per second of internet speed. It'll provide schools with direct connectivity to our network, our Elko County School District network, so they can enjoy all the same services that the Elko, Spring Creek, and all the other schools that have already been upgraded to fiber. Sage Elementary School, Spring Creek Transportation, and Elko Transportation are also in progress. And cool, kind of crazy thing about that is those upgrades are replacing radio circuits that provide network connectivity for those schools. So, which, I mean, it's kind of interesting because the weather the last several days with all the wind that we've had has been kind of disrupted, thankfully, to only Mound Valley. So we'll be super glad to have that upgraded and ready to go. And I guess for definition, Category 1 projects are anything bringing network to the school building. So basically all the fiber, or in the case that maybe it was done a while ago, any of the radio improvements, things like that was all part of Category 1. Category 2 projects that are in progress. Category 2 is basically anything that's used within the building. So the network switches, the routers that we have, the wireless access points, things like that, are infrastructure to get the internet from outside the building to distributed inside the building. Projects that we have in progress coming up for this summer. We're doing internal fiber upgrades at Elko High, Spring Creek Middle, and Adobe Middle. With the help of E-rate, they're funding $324,777 of that project. It's a total project of almost $500,000. So E-rate pays for us right now. Our rate is about 70% is what they partner with us on. So the school district is only responsible for 30% of that total project amount. And this is following a project that we had done a couple of years ago where we had upgraded all the switches in those 4 schools. So this is just kind of a continuation of that project. Next one, Seth. All right, and future E-rate projects. These are some network upgrades that we have in the works. Summer of 2027, we'll be doing switch and fiber upgrades at Carlin Combined, Mountain View Elementary, Wells Combined, and West Wendover High School. I've got, the total cost of what those are going to be. E-rate is helping out with a significant amount on that, again, almost $300,000. So it's a huge, huge thing that we get to be a part of. So,
yes, sir. Move off of this screen, if I may, Mr. Chair, I apologize. Yeah, the contributions from the school district, do those come out of the capital funds, pay-go, or is that something specific to the IT department?
I want to say, I think it comes out of the general budget. We have a few projects, like one on my next slide, actually, for Oahe, that is part of the construction project for Oahe.
That's what I want to on this one.
Yeah, so I think a lot of them come out of the general budget, from my understanding. I haven't reviewed all that just yet.
Hey, RJ, this is Cassie.
Yeah, go ahead, Cassie.
We have a E-rate fund, and every year we budget how much will be coming in from E-rate, and we put the full expenditures in there, and then the general fund transfers in anything to make the fund whole.
Thank you, Cassie. Is it possible to have that come out of capital? I didn't know if that was restricted or not.
I am not sure. I could ask Rich on that and see if it would be eligible. I know that equipment is eligible and maybe we can break it down that way, but I would want his opinion first.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Cassie.
Before you go on from
Yes.
the rate stuff, if we didn't do our contribution part or whatever, then we lose E-rate, right? If we don't match it or not match it, but pay that at 30% that you're talking about.
Yeah.
And then, because I'm not up to speed on E-rate, so I'm glad that you can explain it. I was reading that for 2026, it's the first of a 5-year cycle. And that the information on E-rate says to lock in early for those with declining enrollment. And I don't need to put you on the spot because I know you are new to the position.
Sure.
So it just says specifically in category 2.
So the way that E-rate funding works is based on a 5-year cycle. So like from 2026 to 2030, we'll have a certain allotment based on, our enrollment, on, a number of different factors that that E-rate will, I think they assess probably every year is my understanding, and they see what our enrollment looks like, how many kids are going to be impacted, school sites, things like that. And then also I think the free and reduced lunch counts also have an impact on that. And then they'll adjust their contribution to kind of meet that.
Well, that's why I was wondering if they said it was new, so I'm thinking locking it early, if we have declining enrollment and those types of things, do we get to lock in at the beginning with our amount instead of like year 3 or something?
That's a good question. I'll have to find out for sure.
Great. I wasn't sure what I was reading. I just asked you about it. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the questions. All right. Next slide, we've got some more category 2 stuff. We've also got switches for the new Oahe campus. E-rate is pitching in on that as well, $150,000 for that $215,000 project. And that's it for my presentation. And any other questions regarding this or things in the IT world?
About the IT world.
Sure.
With the ECSD acceptable use agreement, outside contractors are supposed to sign one. So do you know, does the central keep that on file until their project is done, or, and if you can't answer that, like I said, I totally understand.
I'll have to take a look at that.
And I just was reading because I didn't realize we had a newer acceptable use agreement. So it said any vendor, consultant, or contractor found to have violated this agreement may be subject to sanctions. So I just was wondering how that's working, if they sign that or what happened. So just curious.
Yeah, I'll take a look into that for you.
Thank you for.
Thank you.
Anything further from the board? All right, thank you for that update.
For sure. You're welcome.
Board, at this time, I'm gonna call a short break. We will reconvene at the top of the hour. It'll be about 7 minutes.
That's because you saw my candy wrappers getting too big.
No, I think I'm gonna open one myself. I was about to at that time.
Only six.
All right, you still with this? All right. Can any of my Zoom folks out there hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. All right, we'll go ahead and call this meeting of the Elko County School District Board of Trustees back to order. And we're on agenda item 4.07. That is receipt, review, and discussion regarding an update on progress toward Elko County School District strategic plan actions. Mr. Anderson.
All right. So as we get towards it's hard to believe, but the end of the kind of time frame for which the strategic plan was projected for, that was the end of this year. So as we get towards the end of that, just wanted to give just a brief overview. I say brief because there are 41, I think, individual actions that we committed to doing as part of our strategic plan. This is not a real in-depth dive on each of those. Should you have any questions about like, hey, what did that look like? Or what's an example of this? Feel free to just jump in whatever you want. As there are quite a few slides and it might be difficult to navigate back and forth if it's very far back. So our strategic plan, which just as a reminder was collectively built by I think a committee of about 30 or so folks. Susan was the board member representative on that at the time. And we had people from pretty much every employee group of our district, and then our PDP, all sorts of contributors, and really appreciative of the time people put into it, and gave us some good direction right around the time of all of our arrival, both me as a superintendent and you guys as board members. So it was a great way to start together with some common goals. So the strategic plan was broken into 4 pillars. The first one, pillar 1, was students prepared for the future. Brooke alluded to that earlier, and it kind of made my heart a little happy that we refer to our pillars and people acknowledge those, and it shows that's had some pervasiveness in our school community. Within each pillar there were oh gosh, I can't remember all the terms. I think there were actions and then there were tasks. And so under action, so we had 1.1, and 1.1 for students prepared for the future was to develop a portrait of a learner. And so we are full on in the middle of that. We're well on our way. We completed phase 1. That was the product that you all had presented to you by our Portrait of a Learner committee in Carlin back in November, October, I can't remember which month. But with our 4 competencies of capable communicator, creative problem solver, responsible and engaged learner, and trustworthy leader. We are already kind of in the middle of phase 2, which is the creation of the learning progressions that are being developed primarily by a large group of teachers from across all communities and schools in our district. And we're really aiming for a completion of those learning progressions by the fall. A lot of work is going to go into our summer PD is going to be focused around the portrait of a learner. So that's going to be really that focus when we get together in August again. And that should coincide pretty well with the end of phase 2. And then beyond phase 2, and we'll probably do another presentation for you just so you can understand a little better, because just say we're creating the learning model doesn't really mean a whole lot on its surface. But really what that means is a full, like a deepening of implementation of how do we now take these competencies with the learning progressions and work them into every content area and classroom and grade level. So we're very much in the throes of developing the portrait of a learner. So the portrait itself is developed, but the implementation is still ongoing. That's a great way to
If I may, is phase 3 also where we get more direct buy-in from the community at large?
Yeah, there would be a lot of marketing and other collaborations that go into that one. Yeah, I thought we had quite a bit of community participation through phase 1 with the committee the group that we had of the 40 to 50 with business representatives and county commissioner and people from GBC and folks from all climes kind of thing in that group as well.
To clarify, it's not to take away anything from phase one. I'm looking at truly being able to get into businesses and saying, this is what the district is looking at. This is what our community is expecting to be the portrait of a learner. We need your help to have your employees embrace this so that they can either help assist their own children at home or throughout the community continue to develop these skills with the students and frankly with our community. So that's what I was looking at more, not just to, not to take anything away from phase one participants, but really truly go broad with throughout our community, everybody. Thank you, sir.
No problem. All right, 1.2 is broken into a few different slides just because there were many tasks that we did for 1.2. And under 1.2, which it was to expand CTE pathways and advanced offerings. And so I didn't bother to put everything we've done in terms of expanding CTE pathways. We have added new pathways and additional classes every year over the course of that time. It's well documented the excellent work that Heather Steele has done in conjunction with all the CTE teachers across our campus, our campuses. I mean, we just heard a teacher today talking about developing a pathway of horticulture in Jackpot. And so that's happening constantly. This minor update here is to say, here are some things that are going to be happening just next year alone and funding that we're seeking to do that. And so we're constantly doing that, and our CTE enrollments are increasing. So CTE as well is healthy, is doing well. It does change from year to year depending on teacher availability and things like that, but really proud of and happy with what we're doing. I didn't mark that one as complete. I wouldn't. So you're going to see these marked as like either ongoing or in progress or completed, or for me, this is something that is never done. You're always trying to adjust your offerings and pathways for students based on their interests and their needs and our industries and our community. This collaborate with Mining School of Excellence, I put in progress because in reality, like I probably could have said like canceled on it. This was heavily involved with GBC and which isn't this Mining School of Excellence didn't actually come to fruition at GBC, but what we have been able to do is kind of not just say, oh well, too bad, so sad, looks like that didn't happen. We're now actively going in a different direction with that, and that is the work that we're doing in incorporating CTE into science curriculum at the middle school. And so trying to find a way to still embed mining curriculum into our schools to the extent that we can. So, I'm not trying to mislead here. The Mining School of Excellence, that a little bit of that was out of our control, but we are still committed to making sure that pathway or that content is reflected in our schools, because that is a really big part of our county and our community and our workforce all around us.
To be fair, and not to correct you, but the Mining School of Excellence was not a little bit out of our control. It was wholly out of our control. So I want to be very clear. This is not an Elko County School District ball that was dropped. And it's not necessarily even a ball that was dropped. It required multiple collaborations across the entire state, but this was not an Elko County School District. Little bit out of our control. It was wholly out of our control. So I appreciate your modesty.
I like how it's phrased. It didn't come to fruition. I'm not putting blame on anybody. It just didn't happen, but we changed directions, and we're happy with the progress we're making on that side. I don't want to, put down anyone or anything, efforts that other people are.
And I wasn't trying to either.
Being political over here, Matt, leave me alone. Let me be political. All right. Part 2 of 1.2 is expanding dual credit offerings. That is also ongoing, and I don't ever expect to say complete there. But the happy reality is we do continue year over year to have increased enrollment. We have a really healthy relationship going on with GBC as far as our dual credit offerings go right now. Carrie Meisner has taken up that role in the last year to two, and it's just been going up and up and up ever since then. And so we have a really great relationship going there. We've got grant money being set aside for dual credit CTE pathways, which is exciting. Those continue to grow. And we're actually expanding beyond just GBC as far as our dual credit goes. Wherever the opportunity exists, we're going to take advantage of it. So we have partnerships and pathways with TMCC, with UNR, with UNLV as well. So we're happy to have those partners very locally and beyond. The next action or the next task was at the time we were still kind of dabbling with, are we doing the ag science building in Spring Creek or not? And so we made that a priority to complete that. And so that one we can say is completed because that building was done, ribbon cutting earlier this school year. And the food science tech course has been added. We have full pathways. There have been some questions recently about what's the extent to which meat cutting and things like that are happening at the ag science building right now. We did have some challenges with the temperature and the cooling with both the walk-ins, the freezer, just the general temperature of the room. There are very specific requirements about, in order to be licensed to do certain meat cutting there, you have to be able to maintain temperature in various regards. And so we had some challenges with that earlier. We believe those have all been resolved. A little over a month ago, we sent in a kind of a renewed application for that. We have yet to see a result of that yet, but we are pushing forward on that as well. So
if I recall correctly, it took Wells 3 or 4 years to be able to be licensed by the USDA to be able to process the meat and then distribute it, correct?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
By the time I worked there, it was
already established.
Yeah, rocking and rolling.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Before you move on, talking about the dual credit pathways and things, do places like Jackpot have an opportunity to take advantage of any of those, or are they in person only?
Yeah, so dual credit offering, and I can let Stormy jump in because she knows the reality better than me. But in our conversations with GBC, we're often talking about how many students from outlying areas where there aren't in-person dual credit offerings happening, how they can kind of zoom in and do those remotely. So do you know what does that kind of sum it up? Or?
Right now, we've only had a couple of kids do dual credits, just because it's too hard for them. It's not really available to us as it is, you can zoom in and you can do those things, but it has to meet, hard thing is it has to meet what our schedule is. So that's the difference.
Okay.
So.
Does the time difference of the hour make part of that schedule more difficult as well? Thank you. Sorry, board members on Zoom, the answer is yes.
So question for like Jackpot in particular, would it be helpful to have a dual credit pathway through like community or the College of Southern Idaho, or another school in Idaho, so that they're on the same time, or maybe West Wendover having dual credit offerings through a school in Utah where again they're on the same time zone, in the same time zone?
She said yes.
Yes, so we've had a student actually do it through CSI where she it was like at 7 o'clock in the morning, and she was like had to go do it then, just so that it met what they were doing there. So yeah, it would be, and it's closer for us to be able to go to CSI to do dual credits than it is down to Great Basin. I mean, it's 45 minutes into CSI.
Another option that exists for dual credit and doesn't happen to the extent that I would like to see it happen, and I recognize that this is a challenge and a personal commitment, but dual credit doesn't have to be, dual credit can happen in person at the school the student attends. It would require their high school teacher to have a certain level of credential or a certain number of hours towards a certain degree program. So a teacher at any high school, depending on what their degree is in, or if they have an advanced degree or at least progress towards an advanced degree in a certain subject, could qualify themselves as a dual credit teacher. Then it wouldn't matter what the college's schedule is. That person's teaching essentially as an adjunct professor. And so that's not that we don't love the professors at other universities, but or colleges, but you're a little bit at the mercy of what their schedule is and how that can combine with yours. And so it's still another way to collaborate with them. If that teacher, if your Elko County School District teacher can get certified in that capacity, then they can just teach that according to your own schedule, and you can schedule that however you want. So I'd love to see more of those go that way. And I've had that conversation with Carrie, and I said, ultimately, we'd love to have more teachers and classes being taught in our buildings, not having to go to other campuses or Zoom in, or like, it'd be great just to have them taught here.
And the students.
Yeah.
Is that, sorry, is that GBC that makes that criteria
Yes.
and qualifies our folks?
Yeah, every university or college would have would have their own requirements for what qualifies someone to teach a certain course. And it's largely going to be pretty similar. You know, when I compare because again, going back to my time in Texas, I ran the dual credit program at the school I was at, and just knowing what it took for one of my teachers at my school to get that and what it takes here, there may be a numbers difference in the number of credits, but it's largely a similar kind of threshold that you have to meet.
Thank you.
Yep. All right.
Thank you for that.
Part 3, further develop accelerated math pathways for middle school students. Those numbers continue to grow as well. Enrollments are increasing. We actually have, you know, depending on the campus, we have anywhere from accelerated math up to geometry being offered for middle school students, which is great. Puts kids on accelerated pathways, not just for math, but that also in turn further kind of makes them eligible or put on track for maybe an advanced diploma or a CCR diploma. And it kind of opens up new doors and windows when they leave middle school already taking high school math classes, and kind of create those opportunities. So that's going well, getting better.
Do you include 6, 7, and 8 as middle school, or what do you classify as middle school?
So yes, I mean, technically a middle school is, Spring Creek Middle School is 6, 7, 8. So by definition, that would include a 6th grade class. And it would just, you know, as far as policy goes and who can take what, there is no minimum grade level where a kid can take X math. They just have to show the ability to do so. Right now, this is primarily happening with our connection from Flagview to Adobe, where so that's kind of the biggest area where we're seeing these classes offered. Again, thinking about challenges of implementation here is in order to have a student receive an Algebra 1 credit as a middle schooler or any other grade, that class has to be taught by a teacher who has a secondary math endorsement. And so a lot of times you could have a teacher at a middle school who has the know-how to teach Algebra 1, but if they're not certified as a secondary teacher with a math endorsement, then we can't award credit for that. And so there's that kind of limits a little bit, just again, based off of who you have as staff at different campuses.
So that opportunity will not change for the 6th graders that will be at Flagview.
No, I was last week I was talking to Mr. Monette, principal at Flagview, and he was talking to me about the process for how that's still going to be integrated in their schedule next week for these kids. They're actually the intention is to have them be able to teach that at their own campus. And not have to, for the accelerated math, not the algebra and the geometry, but the accelerated.
Okay.
So, sorry, if I may, if we require the endorsement, how many of our math teachers are, I mean, I guess basically.
It's not we, it's NDE, it's the state requires a certain.
Okay, so if the state requires that endorsement, is this one of those things where we've got one teacher and when that teacher's gone, I mean, is this like the 1990s shop teacher who all of a sudden the shop teacher's gone and we shut shop down?
It could be, yeah.
How do we prevent that?
You encourage excellent teachers to get other endorsements and expand their breadth of certification.
So is that a policy or is that a procedure, Mr. Anderson?
The reality of how that happens is a principal at a school sees that so-and-so is going to be gone in 2 years, and this is a teacher, I'm going to encourage them. And teachers, a lot of teachers love to have those kids too. Like at Adobe, for example, the person teaching a lot of the geometry and Algebra 1 is a special needs person who really enjoys doing this, right? And so you got to find someone who enjoys having that caliber of student and wants to teach those specific areas of math. And but you got to, in order to, the key is in order to award credit for high school, you have to have the correct endorsement to do that.
What if they
So,
don't
Mr.
have?
Anderson, if we do have
Sorry.
a, as someone at any school in the district, is there a possibility that that teacher can provide an online class to other students in the district if they're able to be there? Say they teach second hour in Wells and you've got a PhD that's teaching science there, and other campuses could have a student that takes science at second hour. Could they do a virtual class from that teacher so that those opportunities are available to every student in the district that could take those classes? Or does it have to be limited just to that campus?
I would say everything is figure outable, but there's probably a HR and contractual implication when you start to expand beyond normal class loads. And so I don't want to answer that definitively or not, but I do see Cody shifting around in his chair a lot as he starts to think about every school in the district trying to access this one teacher. So there'd probably be other things to figure out if we were trying to do that widespread. Because in the end, it is one teacher who would be responsible for all the grading and how many can you reasonably teach and answer and give attention to and all that. A class size is still a class size, even if it's half on
Even if
person.
it's virtual. Yeah, thank you. I'm just trying to figure out how, regardless of what campus our students are on, they have opportunities to access whatever advanced classes they want to access.
And so thank you, Teresa. Sorry if you're finished. So we don't offer Algebra 1 if the instructor doesn't have the correct credentials. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Shouldn't be.
Thank you.
Brooke, did you have a question?
No, I was just gonna say something that you already stated about the algebra teacher at Adobe being a critical needs teacher. So they found someone who was willing to come back that was a retired teacher and teach Algebra 1 at the junior high. Made it work.
All right. I'm trying to keep moving along here. There was an attempt at the time we were looking at, again, this is a collaboration with GBC. We were hoping to get a higher education kind of not permanent, but often person at Elko High School to work through funneling and trying to get kids prepared for transition to higher ed. That position did not get created, and it was again somewhat out of our control, so we moved on from that. And obviously, due to budget concerns, we're not creating new positions out of the general fund right now. With 1.3 broken down into two parts, work with SCIEI, which was our work trying to get course summaries, other documents, and for each content area. I put partial completion. We finished it for math, but SCIEI was something that was funded through a certain avenue, and we had to stop funding that. So that work ceased with SCIEI. We still do intend to try to restart that, because in the end, every content area should have course summary, scope and sequence, timeline documents, etc. And the reality is a lot of those exist in pockets and at site levels or throughout certain teacher teams. But the intention of that is that it should be district, it should be common across the district. And so we are not there. That's partial completion. And again, we had to kind of put a pause on that given the funding issues. Further develop a common use of MAP, that's in progress, and I would say in a good way. MAP testing requirement has been made consistent across the district. Our testing window narrowed for more consistent time of testing. And we've also seen an increase in usage at non-required secondary grade levels. So MAP is required for 3 through 8 for reading and math, but we have, I know my son has a weird schedule this week at Elko High because they're doing MAP testing at Elko High across, I'm assuming, all grade levels other than seniors. And so that's being used a little more, over the last few years, that has got better across the district. And we've also seen as the last few years have gone on, if you were to compare a school performance plan from 5 years ago to one now, very consistent use not only of MAP data in the formation of those performance plans, but also some coordination with the board projected proficiency goals that you guys that we all collectively decided on a few years back as well. So we've seen a lot of progress there. Still more that we'd like to do, have it get better, but we've seen good progress there. Part 2 of 1.3 was to develop consistency and sped with graduation plans and IEP development. That is also ongoing and also positive. We have more students with IEPs that are on track to receive standard diploma as opposed to an adjusted diploma, where kids are being tracked a little bit before. We feel like that tracking is not as pervasive. And so trying to really embrace this idea of the individualized education plan and the least restrictive environment, the LRE, and make sure that we're not just, again, tracking kids. We're putting them into tracks. So that's probably an educational jargon. We're not siloing them into a certain path. We want the initial goal to always be to achieve that standard diploma. And as we go through time working with each individual, you determine what the best placement is for them. And so that's been done to a better extent lately. And then around this time, we also added both the special education coordinator and compliance coordinator positions, and those have helped greatly in terms of having our IEPs be compliant. There was a time not too long ago where an audit of our IEPs was abysmal, and that is no longer the case. Our IEPs, for the most part, with spot checks, show very well, and so we're doing better there also. All right. There was a lot in Pillar 1, which there ought to be, because that's students prepared for the future and students are our focus. So moving on to Pillar 2, teaching and learning excellence. Under 2.1, we had a few, and to continue and strengthen our partnership and offerings with the NNRPDP, that's our professional development provider, and that's ongoing. We have just vastly expanded our use of NNRPDP and the ways we partner with them. Almost a week or two don't go by without me getting an update from Ray or Candace or Emily about the work they're doing with NNRPDP, and they've restructured our RISE program, which is our new teachers to the district, using learning walks at campuses, refining the role of mentors. They're going to be heavily involved in the Portrait of a Learner training that we do going into the next school year. They're also involved to the extent that school administrators seek their assistance with school performance plans and the development of those and the coordination of data with their plans. And so we, at so many levels, from a whole school to individually teachers to individual administrators to district entirely, just depending on what our needs are, we know we have them there, and we have a really great working relationship with them right now. So that's great. I think that's going well. The sustained literacy strategist positions, that is not the reading interventionists that we canceled for next year or, pulled out of the general fund. But our literacy strategists are the teachers that we have at each site who serve that read by grade 3 role. And so we put those in, we sustain them, and we continue to sustain those. And then strengthening professional development with NWEA. NWEA is our provider for the MAP testing. So reflecting back on what I said earlier about MAPs, we have had just here again and there again training with NWEA to make sure that our teachers, our administrators are strengthening their use and understanding of MAP tests and what those reports and results look like and what those mean for the campus, and how to then take those results and differentiate and tier the training for our teachers and admin. So that does cost additional money in order to do that with NWEA. So just that sort of depends on what the budget is of the curriculum department at that point to provide that for schools across the board. But we have had more of those trainings in the recent past than before.
Is MAP required from the state?
MAP is required.
Specifically MAP?
So right now you can, and going into next year, you can use either the NWEA MAP assessment or you can use iReady. And at this point, they will fund either one for grades 3 through 5. Is that correct? Sorry, K through. They fund K through 3. K through 3. Thank you for the correction, Ray. So they fund K through 3. And then anything beyond that, you have to fund on your own. So we
get partial.
we get partial funding for
Funding.
NWEA.
Okay.
Mhm. Yep. And then we had the option this year going into, so this year we were able to choose NWEA or iReady. And then going into next year, we were also given the option again, just given some uncertainty around the future of what it's gonna be, we just decided to stick with NWEA. We got enough changes and upheavals going on with other legislative mandates that we're just gonna continue to stick with MAP as our benchmark testing throughout the year. So one of those two are required, and we've decided to stick with
I
NWEA
was
for now.
more concerned about funding. That's something the state makes you use, but yet they don't provide funding for it, so that.
The same would be true for iReady. If we were to say, hey, we want to do iReady, they would fund it for K-3, and then anything you want to do beyond that is up to you.
Okay.
All right. Moving on to 2.2, we had these two tasks. One was the admin, NEPF, and SAIL. Those are acronyms for just leadership, professional development. And so we're continuing, we don't call it that anymore, but it's the same thing. It's now called our leadership cohort, and we do that with current administrators with expanded kind of supports for new administrators, which we haven't had a lot of lately. We've thankfully had a lot of consistency with our administrators. But yeah, that's another way, and then our PDP supports us is in developing those PD offerings for administrators. And we also had the priority of maintaining our full-time digital coach and tech coordinator position. So that's Sarah Jolly, who you've heard from before, and she does a fantastic job. We're continuing to support that position through grant funding. And she's very quickly making her position pretty indispensable to our district. She is such a great resource to all of our teachers. And I think pretty much every Friday or Saturday, if I show up at the office to do some work, she's doing a training with someone there. She's really supporting our teachers with many things. So that one's a check. 2.3, both of these say ongoing, but are currently paused. This was to maintain curriculum adoption schedules and maintain Chromebook and other technology upgrade schedules. In recent meetings, we've paused these due to budget constraints. But up until about 2 months ago, we'd been every year doing ongoing purchases to refresh both our curriculum offerings as well as our technology offerings. So we will, for our conversations on our previous meetings, we will continue to revisit this as we get later in the year and see when we can responsibly pick these back up, because we do need to make sure that we get proper curriculum and resources into the hands of our teachers. And then 2.4, to wrap up Pillar 2, was the implementation of a prospective administrator academy. We had a version of this at one point that didn't, it was fine for our first go, but we are now working on something called the Leading Edge cohort for building leadership capacity. And so it's kind of taken on a new iteration, and this is getting close to its current iteration's completion. So it's good to, try things, and maybe we can refine it and make it better. So we're moving along with that one though.
How many in the cohort? Great. I mean, I'd like more, but that's better than I was expecting. Great.
The answer was 10 for our people online who didn't hear that. Yes.
And that's an estimate. It may be 8, but it's 8 to 10 somewhere, I guess.
Ish. 10-ish.
Hmm.
All right. Next, grow your own hiring initiatives. I'm not going to belabor this. You've heard from Mr. Trenka and all his HR updates. He's talked about the many different ways through Para+1s and long-term sub opportunities and the very different ways we partnered with UNLV and other entities to grow our own. We've had a lot of success there, and so I'm marking that one as complete. And then Candace has done a great job with the last bullet point there, which is our strength and substitute teaching classes. We just had one on Saturday. Those happen regularly throughout the school year and continue to happen. So take a deep breath and move on to pillar number 3, which is family and community engagement. The first action in 3.1 was an implementation of a new website and app That is complete. Our website is, I think, doing pretty great, and progressing all the time. We also officially have the ECSD app, and that's been in place for at least a couple of years now. So both of those are in motion, and we're constantly seeking ways to improve those. This establish a parent and family engagement committee. I just marked as incomplete. If there's a shame on me or thumbs down one, this is the one of all the ones we're going to talk about today. I'm going to attribute this to a changeover in the position that would have been responsible for kind of seeing this one through, and my lack of making sure that that was being done by that person. So this has not been something that has happened, and probably very little progress in that area. So you can ring the shame bell on that one for me. The last bullet point on this slide is increase presence on social media with positive recognitions of students and staff. That's always ongoing and always will, because we have awesome students and staff, and Kayla has done an exceptional job frequently touting those wonderful celebrations on our social media, on our website, on our newsletters that go home. In fact, I believe we have our last newsletter of the year going to family and staff at the end of this week or very early next week. So we should see the next version of that coming soon. But those have been going on for quite a while, and we love seeing those things. 3.2, this is broken into a couple categories. Further develop improvements in child find procedures. Child find, as a quick reminder, is a program or procedure at the special services level to locate and identify students at a very young age, but well before they would enter our schools, for potential learning disabilities or other needs that might qualify them for special education or other supports. And so that's a regular ongoing procedure. We have pretty much every time we have that offering happening on a weekend, and it always happens on a Friday or Saturday. I think it's Fridays, right? Fridays, those slots get filled. We are kind of at our capacity for trying to fill those as much as possible. I'm sure there's always more people you can find and reach, but we're doing just about everything we can. We advertise about Child Find through every medium we have, from our media to our social media and our website and bulletin boards and everything, to make sure people know of that opportunity. And that extends to whether, it doesn't matter if they're in our school, if they're whatever, like if a parent in the community has a very young student who they suspect may be eligible for these types of services. It doesn't really matter what their eventual intention is for how they're going to do schooling. It is our district's obligation and pleasure to make sure I try to identify those things at the earliest possible moment for that student's benefit. So that goes for everyone of every community and for all kids of pre-kindergarten age. Strengthen relationship and initiative coordination with Head Start and other early childhood programs. Again, from an early childhood standpoint, Matt, you noted, I'm just going to reflect back on the Lexia presentation, that we have a disappointing level of kindergarten readiness that comes in to our schools. And that was something we identified in kind of a really big part of Pillar 3 was, hey, we need to have better kindergarten readiness. And so that's kind of where this generated from, and we see that is an issue in our communities. So we really want to, that was the concept behind this, is what can we do to partner with other early childhood organizations to make sure we're doing everything we can to get people to get their kids ready for kindergarten. We can't get them ready for kindergarten on our own. They're not in our schools, and unless they're your kid, they're not in your house either. And so doing the best we can to get resources out to people. This is ongoing. I would say we still have a good ways to go here to be where we want to be. But we did recently renew our MOU with Head Start, and we just last week had our Let's Get Ready for Kindergarten event in conjunction with Head Start and other community organizations in preparation for incoming kindergartners. So,
and I appreciate that collaboration, and that was not, my comments previously were not to say that I don't feel that Head Start or other organizations aren't working hard to get those students ready.
Yeah, of course not. That's, I mean, that's a collective responsibility, right? We like, whoever has one of those kids in their house, like that's your responsibility to do that. And if you're unsure of how to do that, that's where these resources exist. And please do reach out, because it behooves all of us that those kids come to school as ready for kindergarten as they can be. And so in as much as we can do that, we want to do that. On the next slide, which is part 2 of the same, you're going to see some more kind of along the same lines, to equip the community with materials for kindergarten readiness. So at all of our schools, and this kind of actually coincides well with the last bullet on that page, is the spring kindergarten enrollment at all schools. We just had kindergarten orientation and enrollment events at our elementary schools last week, and we're really trying to kind of solidify those numbers as early as possible for projections. And at those events, there are materials handed out. There are timelines of this is what you can do with your kid to get them ready for this, and we kind of give people ideas of how they can help get their kids ready and give them some materials to aid in that process. Yeah, and then there's some other ones on there. You can see partnerships with Spread the Word Nevada, with United Way. We brought in the United Readers program to several of our schools this year, and I believe we're expanding to some more next year. Also partnering with the United Way and bringing the Dolly Parton Imagination Library to our local library. And so there's lots that we're doing in this regard to try to just partner with other organizations for kindergarten readiness. Okay, 3.3, implement a GBC post-secondary prep event. We have increased, as we mentioned before, access to dual credit offerings to all our juniors and seniors. We also have been working with GBC on dual credit orientation for all high school students, and trying to do our best to connect students with GBC registration after graduation. And a lot of these are dependent on how we collaborate with GBC, and because they do offer some of their own things. So it's how we connect students with those opportunities. The next bullet was discontinued shortly after this strategic plan was created. That was to improve community partnerships to provide Friday services. That was shortly after we started the 4-day week, and by the end of that year, we said we weren't going to do the Friday stuff anymore. Yeah, that was discontinued. Next one, community partnerships to provide mental health resources. This is ongoing. We're constantly seeking opportunities. A lot of this really fluctuates from year to year, depending on what grant funding is available, what other entities are offering and how we can collaborate with them, where we can get telehealth for free. There's all these different ways we try to, in an ongoing fashion, not have gaps, but kind of some of our consistent partners have been UNR, as well as communities and schools, as well as UNLV. They've been sort of the mainstays of where we find these resources and how we connect kids to mental health resources that when what exists within our communities physically doesn't reach either from a number standpoint or from a capacity standpoint of what type of services are offered. So we're always trying to connect people to other resources, and we have access to those. And between our counselors and our CIS coordinators, we offer an awful lot to our families. And then the next slide, part 2 of 3.3, is improve coordination efforts of back to school events. Those are always ongoing, and that continues to grow every year in both offerings at the event as well as participation. It moved location to the auxiliary gym at Southside last year. I think was the first year that it happened, and saw a real big uptick in participation when that happened. I think we brought a lot of those resources closer to the people that needed them, and so really good turnout last year, and looking forward to seeing the turnout again this coming year. And then to complete the implementation of the school violence prevention program, or the SVPP. That is very close. We just have a few schools left where we're completing the initial phase. And as a reminder, the initial phase was the improvement of the telecommunications from throughout the school, like intercoms and things like that, as well as communications outside to law enforcement agencies and dispatch, as well as installation of cameras at all of our campuses. So it was like that, just that initial phase of school safety. And we continue to seek funding for the next phases. We have not been successful in obtaining that yet, but we're going to continue to knock on that door every time we see one. All right, last pillar. 3 more slides. All right, this is student and staff wellness. So at the on 4.1, elementary SEL or social emotional learning curriculum adoption that was implemented, and we've been using Quaver Ed, and that's been in implementation for several years now. The next one, implementation of a social emotional learning classes at middle school. We integrated through our Health 7 class, age appropriate social emotional learning curriculum to go along with that course. And then at the high school level was the implementation of Hope Squad at all middle and high schools. And all of our middles and all of our middle schools and all of our high schools do offer a Hope Squad, either in the form of a class or a club, and that meets regularly, including an annual district-wide event. That's been ongoing for, I think we're in its 3rd year now. Then the last bullet here was something you all took a lot of part in, and that was the creation of suicide prevention and response policies and procedures. We, a while back, adopted both policies JGG and JGH, which have to do with suicide prevention and response, as well as procedures in the event of deaths of students or staff. And unfortunately, we have had to make use of both of those policies, but in all situations where we have had to, these policies have been essential in making sure we have a uniform and thoughtful way of proceeding through those situations. So I appreciate your efforts there and helping us check that one off and make sure we're serving our communities well that way. We also have staff training where including Safe Talk and annual site-based reviews for mandatory reporting and their responsibilities as they pertain to suicide prevention and response. 4.2 has to do with staff health and wellness, and we've increased our staff awareness of Teledoc and in the Employee Assistance Program. We feature 1 to 2 articles about these benefits in the staff newsletter that goes out every time during the year, as well as ongoing work with LP, who is our insurance broker, to update information on our website at least quarterly. The Wellness Project is a staff led group which has a wellness leader for every school, and they meet monthly and they provide regular supports to staff members at their schools at a more individualized level with people that they know and are comfortable with. So that continues to grow and be of support. And then the last one on that page is to further develop the annual health fair and wellness incentives partnerships. That health fair is a success every year and does a great job of providing opportunities for people to, whatever extent they're comfortable with, really get after it with their physical health, depending on how motivated they are, to do certain incentives or challenges or things like that. But that's something that we're always looking at every year as we approach our insurance changes. And so that's an event people are always excited about, and we're planning on having it again this August. Last slide before the question slide in 4.3 was to develop a mental health and wellness database landing page on our website and app, and every single one of our web pages from both our district site as well as every school's individual site has a different landing page for mental health resources, which is substantial in what sort of resources are there. And that has been that was completed a long time ago. And as we get more resources, we update that. And so that is completed as well. Thanks for listening to me talk for almost an hour. That's a quick overview. I mean, it could have been a lot longer. So relatively quick overview. I think I averaged like a minute in action, basically. We had 41 of those. So what I want to point out is that like there's a lot that goes on every day at our schools. These weren't things simply to check off on a list. These were things to guide how we address our community, our students, our staff, which is our school community, and how we meet their needs in various ways. And so I'm grateful for the effort that was put into the strategic plan. It gave us a lot of to-dos, but they were all very important to-dos that I think have that have borne a lot of really great fruits in our school district. And Matt mentioned something earlier about how, we're not where we want to be on this thing, and I can tell you pretty much every staff member that I know, every district staff, myself included, you guys as board members, everyone acknowledges there's always more you can do and there's always improvement that can be made. But I'm pretty happy with and proud of just to take a step back and look at everything that's been accomplished from a strategic plan standpoint over the last few years is actually, it's pretty incredible. It's a lot. And so I'm really grateful to the staff, the teachers, everyone who's been part in implementing a lot of these things and making good use out of them. So no, we know there's more to go, and that's why you don't have an eternal strategic plan from a school standpoint. You do it in small waves, and so this does bring up too that it's time to do another one to update our strategic plan, and I think we're probably at a good juncture in time where things have changed for us a little bit from 3 years ago, that we probably need to think about what our priorities look like now.
Can you elaborate on that timeline
The timeline of the strategic plan?
for the next rollout? What are we looking at?
So I'm trying to remember the timeline. Last time we did it, I believe we started, it would have been in September, and we finished it somewhere around February or March. And by the time it was presented to the board and adopted or whatever, it was probably April or so. But it was a little bit of a process we had consultants that came from, I think, New Jersey and Florida, and they came to our communities in person and met with us and trying to convene all those people. So I guess it just depends how quickly we get started. And that costs money to do that. And so if that's something that we feel like is worth the investment, even in light of our current situation, then we would have to identify where that money would come from. And if we don't feel like it's worth that investment and we want to give it a go of just, a bunch of us have been through that process now, and do we maybe just try to strategically plan on our own without the outside guidance? That could be something we do. So if what you're asking is, would this be done by the start of next school year, that would, I think, could be a challenge. But I'm open for conversation about how we could do that. But we do need to do it again soon.
Thank you.
May I
I'll say this.
suggest that we, at least then, if it's not ready by next fall, that we continue on with what we have. And then at the next time you give a update on the strategic plan, you pick one pillar at a time, so that we're, and no offense to your presentation, but for me, I can focus on one pillar, what you said, what's been done, and kind of go more in depth.
Yeah.
Then the next meeting, we do pillar 2 instead of all at one time.
Sure. I would say in general, things that you want to see at board meetings are largely up to the board. So if I know in part of our work with Dr. Ellsbury, it's the scheduling out of the cadence of things.
Right.
And so if you want to see a pillar 1 in a September and a pillar 2 in a November and a pillar 3 in a January, like, just gotta say it. We'll do it.
And just so you know, this is something I elected to put on after we spoke after last meeting, and we talked about it. Some things that we needed to look at, and I felt this would be a good place to start.
Yep. I definitely think, though, the strategic plan needs to either be revamped or say, yeah, we want to keep continuing this, maybe with a few minor tweaks or whatever. Otherwise, I feel like we've just wasted 3 years and we're not, too often that happens in education. We start something and then like, well, and then it doesn't get funded or whatever, and then goes to the wayside. It's like, why did we bother?
Yeah, gets put on a shelf or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I'd also say that looking through that, we've accomplished quite a bit too. For the things that miss, you're not gonna hit all of them,
right.
But it's and one thing I like about this too is that as we look at agenda items, you'll find the pillar that it's tied to is mentioned and how that ties in a lot of the items. So I like how it's kind of forming how we move forward. Is there any questions from the board for Superintendent Anderson regarding this presentation? All right, well, hear nothing. We will move on.
I will ask mine later due to time constraints.
Okay. We're on to 4.08. That's superintendent evaluation, discussion and possible action related thereto for possible action. This was an item that I brought up, although we have looked at the timeline and changing that up with the work that we're doing with Dr. Ellsbury. This still is a remaining, it's the last one on this particular contract with Superintendent Anderson. And basically the contract spells out we have three options here, which is we do nothing, which results in if we don't do anything by May 1st, that results in a satisfactory. We could also vote satisfactory, or we could vote unsatisfactory. And the evaluation should be comprehensive for all district pillars and actions. We really don't have anything in. We're changing towards a more later in the year evaluation, and that timeline with the I believe the next meeting come up is in June 16th, I believe is our workshop to look at that. So, but I didn't want to just let that lapse without bringing this up with the board. And if you wanted to have any discussion on that, now's the time. And with that, I will open it up.
Go ahead. I always start first. You go.
I think that over the past few years, there have definitely been things that I've expressed to Superintendent Anderson, both publicly and privately, that I'd like to see improvement on. There are things that, yes, I don't think are satisfactory. Are they unsatisfactory? I'd like to just take some more time on that. But with that said, it is, in my opinion, wholly inappropriate if we vote him unsatisfactory without a comprehensive evaluation. For us to just say, yep, he's unsatisfactory and give him no basis for that, just a vote for today, and we haven't taken that, I think is inappropriate. Last year in September, October, November-ish, we had a meeting with Dr. Ellsbury, and we knew that the full comprehensive evaluation was going to be in October. That was prior to the December budget issues that came up. I believe the plan was that in February, we were going to review the superintendent's suggested evaluation points. We as a board failed to do that. That is not, while Superintendent Anderson could have certainly prompted us to do that, that was not his responsibility to do so. And while I feel that it's a failure of our duty to have given him an evaluation, I don't feel that we should vote on an evaluation for this evening. Which means I know that means that it's a default satisfactory, but just as I don't think it's appropriate for us to vote him unsatisfactory, I don't think it's appropriate for us to vote him satisfactory. I realize by no action, that's the outcome, but I would rather take no action and have that be what it is than to take action on an incomplete evaluation. That's 1 of 7. Next.
I'm not prepared to give a evaluation one way or the other because we have nothing to base it off of. Should have done this before. You can't give someone satisfactory or unsatisfactory with no, we could have used the one we've used before temporarily or whatever. So I'm not ready to give satisfactory or unsatisfactory.
Feel the same way. I'm not ready to give them anything today. No. We don't have much. We should have done it before and we didn't. So I feel like today is not today. We need
And
more.
I feel like, well, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Trustee Dastrup.
All right, I was just gonna say, I think in our work with Dr. Ellsbury, we talked about pushing the superintendent evaluation out to a different timeline, and I think that was appropriate. So today, I also agreed that it's not an appropriate time to take a vote either way.
Anything further there? Either trustee Ballard, trustee Byers?
Yeah, I'm gonna just say ditto to what Teresa said.
Dr. Byers, for the record, yeah, I'm with them as well.
All right, and I'm in the similar space whereas it's gotten tied up with first budget, whether we're going forward with that, and then with the adjusted timeline. This really didn't up on my radar until the last month. So does anybody have anything further on this item? Is there
I
any?
can't wait to develop evaluation that evaluates what we want him to do.
Yes.
So I look forward to working with Dr. Ellsbury to get this done.
All right, well, hearing no motion or anything from anybody, unless there's anything further, I will move on to item 4.09, which is receipt, review, and possible approval of a letter to legislators and legislative candidates addressing pupil-centered funding plan and adopting commission recommendations for possible action. This one is my item as well. I had requested that the board staff help us develop the attached draft letter from the board regarding the pupil-centered funding plan and adopting the recommendations from the Commission on School Funding. The letter's been reviewed by Superintendent Anderson and drafted in conjunction with our CFO, Mrs. Stalkey, who also sits on the Commission on School Funding. My suggestion that is on approval of the final letter, it be sent to all Nevada legislatures and legislative candidates. I also want to quickly touch on the process for this review. I want all of you trustees to feel comfortable sharing your thoughts and feedback. However, we don't want this to turn into a workshop or lengthy edits here. I'd like to ask for if there's any volunteers and not to shout out now, but just to work with Hillary and CJ to draft a final letter on behalf of the board. If there's any feedback, please, share that. But the letter itself is just a draft. It touches on a few things. And if there's anything you add, I'd like you to, and obviously if you're down with this process too, of drafting a letter and sending it out as a board, but I think it would be a good idea to have ready to go for the next year, the next biennium. So with that, I would open up the floor for discussion.
So we need to send our suggestions to Hillary.
Yes.
Okay.
If you'll include me on those two, that'd be great.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I see this is noted for possible action. I don't think we need to take action this evening, but I appreciate your ability or your willingness to allow us to have part of this. And I'd like to see it come back at a future meeting where we do have the final letter. Legislative session doesn't begin for another 10 months. So we do have some time for that. And we'll have some new legislators after the November election anyways. So this gives us that opportunity to take plenty of time to get what we need to, and hopefully also develop, strengthen the relationships and collaboration with our other districts so that hopefully we're all sending something similar, and the legislators, new and old, new and tenured, I'll do that, are more hopefully receptive to the situation of education in Nevada.
All right, board, anyone else? All right, and so you've got the information on that. As far as if you take that letter, take a look at it. If you have any edits or anything, please send those in, and we'll try and get this together on another agenda in the near future. Just as a note too, I'll be talking to some legislators this weekend down in Las Vegas with the NASB meeting. So I'll be bringing some more information back from that in a further meeting. So we will go ahead and move on then to item 5.01, the superintendent's report.
Point of order, I think policy ABCDEFG says that the superintendent can have no more than 60 minutes of talk time. I think he's got 11 minutes. Let's go.
Joke's on you. I don't want to talk anymore. So just a few quick updates. If you see our enrollment update, it's nice to see that some of those numbers have stabilized a little bit. I know on the whole for the year that enrollment is still down, but The last few months, from month to month, those have not been drastic changes anymore, and so that's nice. Hopefully that's a sign of things to come. So that was one of the attachments there. Another one of the attachments there is the request for early release for all ECSD elementary schools. Susan inquired earlier and Candace talked about the reading of the science of reading trainings. That is what those requests for short school days are for next year, is for 4 different days throughout the school year for the science of reading instruction for our elementary teachers. So we're already trying to plan those out for next year. You'll notice today there was not the standing action item of the budget update. The presentation is largely going unchanged now, with exception of some check marks being added, some asterisks being added, and things being deleted from slides as we complete actions. And so I'm going to continue to update it, but just put it there in the superintendent report so you can see what still remains to be done. I will mention that, 2 of the among board action required things, 2 of those policies were at first read tonight, and we should anticipate potentially seeing both of those at the next meeting. We are currently still working on the fee, the policies that govern usage of district facilities by outside entities. And as far as our insurance oversight committee goes, our next meeting is a week from today, and fingers crossed for having proposals for you as a result of that meeting, and potentially on the board agenda for May 5th. So we're hoping that that's the case. I won't get any deeper into that than I just did. On the superintendent management actions that are pending, we've had some more retirements and resignations, which again is perfectly normal for this time of year. And you approved some of those tonight. We have others, and we'll continue to have others as the year wraps up. Still working on the fee structures for each of those 3 policy areas that you'll continue to be weighing in on. And that is really all that's left in that slide deck regarding budget recommendations. Other items from me. Recently had a meeting with the Wendover Booster Club when I was not present for that meeting in Wendover. I know that was discussed as a public comment, I believe. Since then, I made it when I was up doing a S.T.A.R.S award presentation in Wendover. I met with their Booster Club leadership and talked about their vision and what they're hoping to accomplish for the bleachers and other things at their football stadium, and just larger challenges in general. And have put them in contact with Matt Stalkey to see, how we can support them and just make sure, because they got a lot of great ideas, but make sure we're doing them in accordance with public works laws and whether you're a 501c3 or whether it's going through the district. And so really trying to help them get their ducks in a row and make sure it's going about it the right way. But what definitely came through in that meeting was the West Wendover community they're doing a really good job of supporting their school as far as city grants and other things donating to make sure that they can at least get moving in the right direction on that. I will announce that Ray's time as the Director of Special Services was short-lived, as we thought might be the case. But Ray has been selected to be our next Director of Assessment and Accountability. This is a grant-funded position that will provide additional support to our schools, especially those identified state and federally for need of assistance, while also not being a drain on our general fund. So we will be in search of a new Special Services Director, and congrats to Ray on his grant-funded position. Next up, we recently had the ECSD Writers Festival, which was awesome. Susan was there with me. We both got to shake a ton of tiny hands, and the kids did such a great job. And had a lot of special moments there with kids that I know from church and kids' friends and kids I've seen around at schools, and just really great to hear little excerpts of their writing. And I will say the staff who ran that one of the most efficiently run awards festivals I've ever seen. So they did a great job, and it's great to see wonderful literacy work coming out of our schools. The ECSD art show also happened. I was able to kind of tour that real quick one day after work, and our best in show recipients you'll get to see them and hopefully meet them at the May 5th board meeting. Had a NAS meeting this last week, and we're putting the finishing touches on our invest document, and I think you'll either see that at the May 5th meeting or at the May 19th meeting, one of those. That should be coming before you soon, hopefully getting your support for NASA's priorities for invest as we head into the next legislative session. As all of you know, but I will announce to everyone, as part of his kind of bright spots tour, State Superintendent Victor Wakefield is going to be visiting Elko County on May 5th, and ahead of him on May 4th will be Dr. Tori Palmer, who's his deputy superintendent, who some of us administrators know from when she used to work with TNTP and gave us some professional development 7 years ago or something like that. So they're coming on May 4th and 5th, and we're going to be visiting around the county in various ways to see some of the great things that are going on, and also for him and for Deputy Superintendent Palmer to listen to challenges that we have, and again, as they go into the legislative session and think about ways they can support our schools in our district, they can hear specifically about our challenges in Elko County. And so we will be hosting them and excited for that in a couple weeks. Two more, working on a couple of different committee creations as we head into the next year. We are going to have a budget committee that we're going to implement again. We want to do a different iteration from the previous one that went away a couple of years ago, where that was like a by way of information committee. We're looking at creating something that's a little more of like a program evaluation budget committee that does a little bit of return on investment structure, where we can analyze different programs and how those are functioning and what the outcomes are, and have like a scheduled kind of cadence with those of evaluating how not so much just an update on what's happening with our budget, but because those happen in board meeting presentations already, but having a little bit of a different purpose with that budget committee to kind of have some different eyes to evaluate how that's going. And then the last one is we're working on creating a parent advisory committee, and that would be specifically an advisory group to me, the superintendent. And the idea of that is to have parental voices from all different backgrounds and communities and grade levels of students regarding just how things are working in their schools, where they're satisfied, where they're dissatisfied, as we start to think about different things we want to do, what's their opinion on those, how can we do them with an implementation that would be meaningful to them, and also as we proceed into the next year, we've had conversations around potentially some innovative school options and how we can best serve the needs of our community as we get into a more flexible era of our world and technology. And so get some feedback from people on, what would be some great options that would be enticing and exciting for people to have their kids in our schools and make education what our community wants education to look like. So working on forming that as well. Both of those committees would have, to a certain extent, applications to be considered for participation. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All right, item 6.01. We got a NASB update. You have anything for that, Trustee Neal?
I don't, just that there's a workshop this weekend, and like you said, legislative.
Yeah, breakfast.
Yeah.
Wow.
Breakfast was at 11, but
Right. I am excited for that one. There should be 8 to 10 of our state legislators there for us to talk to, and the opportunity we had in Reno a few weeks ago to talk to the two that were there were great. So hopefully we can have some more productive discussion there. I guess I'll throw in my update then real quick on the NSBA conference that I went to. I'll make it quick in the interest of time, but I'd just say there were 3 incredible keynote speakers. Zach Cass really stuck with me. He was been with OpenAI doing ChatGPT, and he talked a lot about AI and what it's going to be doing in the world. And he wasn't shy about it. He said these things are the devil right here, and I don't disagree with him. It's such a time sucker. It's such a, you catch yourself scrolling or wasting, and he urged us to be really, really careful about how we use those and how we put them in our kids' hands too. He also talked a little bit about surveillance, and how statistically speaking, I know this is a weird thing, but he said statistically speaking, the most dangerous place for a woman these days is actually in their own home, because there's not surveillance, and so you have like domestic violence, things of that nature, whereas it's so much harder now to commit a strong arm robbery or crime, because there's going to be a camera or a trail that they're going to catch you. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but crime is shifting, and it's shifting more towards online. And his point being behind that is that we need to watch the internet as hard as we watch everything else, because that is open access to, we're literally handing devices to our kids and letting them go off into this world that's not supervised, that's not curated for them at all. It's just a little bit of everything. So we need to be really careful there. Another speaker there on the second day was Brandon Fletcher. He's a guy that at 12 years old started selling drugs and got jumped into a gang. At 14, he was on the street corner. He was only still in school because that's some of his best customers were there. And he was sliding his way through, but he had a teacher that caught him cheating, because that's the only way he was able to keep up. But instead of making him, kicking him out and getting rid of him, whatever she saw in him, she made him come to Saturday school. She made up Saturday school for him. And after about 3 months of Saturday school, he really bought into it and made quite a bit of progress. And she started talking to him like, hey, we need to test you a little bit, because you're picking up stuff here in 3 months that should take you 2-3 years. He could barely read at 14. Turned out everybody been telling him growing up he was learning disabled and had all these problems. Turns out he's gifted. He turned it's a remarkable story. Look him up, but he turned his life around. He currently teaches at Harvard now. He runs debate competitions for middle school kids out of Atlanta that have no other chance, and they've won something like 10 or 11 years in a row with this Harvard debate challenge that they've done. It's a remarkable story. So, and it just shows the difference that one person could make. That one teacher that saw something and pulled him aside and got to where he was. His message was, be where they're at. You can't bring these kids where you are. You never know where they're at with, if they've had a meal, if they've had, if they're in a comfortable space or whatever. You have to go where they are to reach them. And it was just really, really powerful. So lots of other good classes there. I won't get into it too much, but I picked up a lot from that conference, and I did get a couple of the books. I'm about 3/4 of the way through Zach Cass's book, and it's really, really good. So that one's on AI in the future, and it's going to make you think a little bit, maybe outside the box of what you would notice going on. But really good conference, and I'm happy to bring that message back to you. With that, and that kind of concludes, I'll move right to board member comments and just do mine real quick. That I had a great time going to see the choir tune up they had over at the Performing Arts Center. That was really cool seeing them work on that. And again, just a good trip there, and looking forward to being productive. So, and this next weekend when I go talk to some of those legislators, and I wasn't joking, I'm going to pull that clip from Nicholas talking about the funding and stuff for so that everybody can play and all that, because they need to hear that. And I think I'll be able to play that for a couple of people. So I'm kind of excited to do that. With that, I will open up to the rest of the board. If you have anything else with comments or requests for future agenda items.
Mr. Chair, if I may, to Susan's point earlier, I would like to see a one pillar review scheduled. Suggestion would be first meetings in each of October, January, and April, though I defer to the rest of the board and or the president as to scheduling that, but I would like to see one pillar reviews for a more in-depth report from our superintendent. The attendance review committee, the previous meeting was canceled to allow for more data collection, and the next one is tomorrow at 2 p.m. Finally, we have a lot of media partners, and I appreciate what they do. At least one of them, it recently had kind of more appeared to be more opinionated than actual news reporting. And so I just want to take this time to shout out to the Elko brief. With what I've seen, and I'm not on social media very often, but I appreciate their factual reporting. I appreciate their corrections when they do make a mistake. But they've pretty much kept to the facts, and I really appreciate that. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. I yield.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'll go, Dr. Byers, for the record. I was just going to go over the conference too, Jeff. I had a great time at it with some of the different classes and some of the different things learning. I'm glad you got to see that speaker about AI. I was disappointed I did not get to. I did get to talk to or go to another one that was PR strategies in the A of AI, and that was interesting. And once I get that information together, I'll give that over to our own PR folks, and just some of the interesting. And it was an actual federal initiative too as well, and so they have some different tools and whatnot. And I know that we're starting to be more proactive in on that side of our stuff too as well. So there was another one about a session for efficiency and efficiency and transparency with paperless meetings, and that was with a company called Board Book, and they did a whole demo of their software for meetings, and they had other things too as well, but meetings was the main one we looked at. It was fantastic as far as the integration that you had with the policies and with the flow of a board meeting, with the building of a board meeting. It's all built from the bottom up with a lot of school boards out of the state of Nebraska. Very impressed with that. I'll get that information over to Hillary and to Superintendent Anderson, so that hopefully we can look at this and we can get something a little bit more involved than the board docs. Board docs was there, but they were just showing what we have here as well. So, but that was really cool to look at. Let's see, all in all, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 different things. I don't remember how many, Jeff, but there was a lot there. So had a great time connecting as well.
On the first day.
Yes, no, she was great too as well. That was an interesting, it was a great talk. She was funny, but had a great message as well. Her statistics were right on as far as where a lot of districts are at across the country, and those types of things. So anyways, I just want to give an update on that because we did, but we had a great time. So met up with Rob Salyer there, had a couple dinners, and we had some great conversation. Especially with Jeff was there as well. That was a fantastic night. A lot of connection there too as well. So anyways, I don't have any requests. That's just my update. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Byers.
Just waiting.
Anyone else with an update? All right, we will go ahead and.
Sorry.
Oh,
Just
Go
thank
ahead.
you. Thank you for hosting us and for
Yeah.
food and all this. Yeah, it's always delicious. Thank you for doing it. And that's it. I was gonna say thank you.
I will echo that. This has been first class today. I appreciate y'all being here and staying. I guess you might have to. Somebody's got the keys. But no, please stay in and being engaged. We appreciate y'all. We really do. So,
I'm not done when you're finished.
oh, go ahead.
I too would like to thank you for your hospitality for these cool cups filled with lots of goodies. And to our student board member too. He was a great choice. I would like to just hear sometime about the progress on contacting people about why they pulled their kids from the district. Because I know you had kind of changed the way you were doing an exit survey. I also I know last meeting you had a document on bullying, but I'd kind of like to hear a little bit more about that, of how schools are, what's being done to prevent it or help squash it, or however you want to look at that. And maybe someone could give and this doesn't have to be like next meeting, just out there. Maybe someone could give a presentation on what constitutes bullying according to Nevada law, just so that I don't think the public always understands, or they use, and I shouldn't speak for the public. Sometimes I'm thinking there's a misunderstanding of what that word means. And we use it differently and kind of as a general thing. Oh, I've just been bullied, and it's not really, but it's just kind of that term you use. So I think it would be, even for myself, I would like a little presentation on what schools do when that's said it's being done or whatever, what they look at, and like, here's how we determine, no, it's not, this is whatever. Or I think that would be good for us as a board and public to know that as well. And then on a lighter note, I sound like I have followed CJ around because the writing festival was fun, and Hillary, for the board's information, Hillary has the books that they print out with the students have made a cover. So there's one for elementary and one for secondary, and the writing in there is just fantastic. So she has those. So when you want to take a look at them, she has them. I was at the art reception later after you. They're like, oh, Mr. Anderson was here. And I'm like, oh, I'm just following him around. So, and then I also attended a Southside PTA movie night. And while there weren't a lot of people, the Southside PTA tries to do family, like give back to families. And I love giving a shout out to all of the PTAs, even though I don't get to attend all of the meetings or anything. They do such a good job of trying to have activities for students and families, and maybe we can use them as resources next year for certain things as well, but just a shout out to them. And then one last thing, I had a Nevada Board of Education workshop on Saturday. And for me, there were lots of good conversations, because being fairly new to that, I feel like I'm about 100 steps behind what all of the other people know. So just trying to play catch up, but we're starting work on revising our goals. And some of the things they mentioned, just because it fits with what we're talking about too, is universal pre-K, third grade reading proficiency, 8th grade math proficiency, CTE expansion. And then Mr. L, Superintendent of Eureka, had some excellent ideas of, we talk a lot about aligning goals, but he said, for example, in his district, but I think it's every district, you have the Department of Ed has goals, and then the Nevada Board of Education has goals, and then your school has goals, and then your district has goals. And he's like, it's so confusing. He's like, which one do we go with? Like, which one are we trying to attain? And so it's an excellent point. Like, let's try to streamline and align these a little better, so we're kind of all on the same page. Well, one school's going to have different things they work on, but in general. So, and the board seemed to be open to that. So he had some good suggestions with that. And then we also received some information about the state board's role in decision-making, as well as information about the upcoming assessment-related decisions, because Nevada needs to secure an assessment for the 27-28 year. And so what we want to be assessed, it's not really a vendor. And so we were given the process of how long that takes and a timeline of we really need to stick to. So that was a good workshop. And I will be quiet now.
Thank you. Oh, for the update.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I got it. Thank you.
I see how that could have come across either way. I wanted to make sure.
I can't.
All right, but board, anything further on board member comments or requests for future agenda items? Going once. All right, here we go. We will move to 7.01. That's input from the public. Same rules apply as I read before. I'm not going to read it again. Is there any input from the public? All right, hearing none, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for sitting through the
Thank
whole
you
meeting.
very much.
Yeah. Well, if we're gonna spend the time, we might as well put in the effort.